we cover up with pain. Watch them preach in sour lies. I would rather see this world through the eyes of a child, through the eyes of a child. Darker times will come and go, times you need to see her smile, and mother's hands are warm and mild. I would rather feel this world through the skin of a child, through the skin of a child. When a human strokes your skin, that is when you let them in. Let them in before they go. I would rather feel alive with a childlike soul, with a childlike soul. black woman truth. 4 years old, too black to play. My first crush showed me all the right shades. My hair's life and it brands you. You get to believe that and think you're not trauma. 20 years of breakdowns and mantras. So spare me the shock in looking at yourselves. It scares me, the shock. I could love myself. How I cry in the bathroom, break down and cry. Never have it's always been bigger than this. And I can swear that we love ourselves politically. It's I used to think comfortably while we plead in vain. I've died by other names. Please make me feel you care my eye. Are you prepared to lose your sleep? To bare your teeth? To break like me?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome, and thank you for honoring this invitation. We will be setting off very shortly, and I'd like to ask that we please settle down, take our seats as we are about to start in a few minutes. Can you please settle down, take your seats, and we will start in a few minutes. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you for being here. Kindly settle down, and we will kick off very shortly. Thank you.
I leave the way I came unseen and heard unmoved. A black woman
We'd like to acknowledge the arrival of the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Deputy Governor Dr. Obafemi Hamzat.
Ìṣòro títọ́ látẹnu àwa wọ́n lè mọ̀ ibi táwa ti ń bọ̀ wàhálà táwa ti rí ló mú orin yìí wá. Bàbá wa náà ti kọrin láti gbà tíjọ́ títí dòní à ń kọ orin kalẹ̀ ẹ gbọ́ orin ọtí tọ́wá. Torin ayọ̀ kí ó ṣe gbọ̀mọ́ àtorin ìfẹ́ wọn ti kọjá lọ sí ibi gbàgbé ìtura wa wà nínú orin àlàáfíà. ṣe gbọ̀mọ́ àtòrí ìfẹ́ wọ́n ti kọjá lọ sí ibi gbàgbé ìtura wà wà nínú orí àlàáfíà.
Miri ozuzo, zachapu iyonjom. Miri ozuzo, zachapu iyonjom. Miri ozuzo, yana. Rain down on me, heal all my flaws, beautiful rain. Rain down on me, such a boom, never gonna go. Beautiful rain.
Hello?
The Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, please let me crave our indulgence to welcome him specially with a round of applause Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the Lagos State House of Assembly, members of the State Executive Council, permanent secretaries in the Lagos State Public Service, our revered royal fathers, especially the permanent chairman, Lagos State Council of Obas and Chiefs, His Royal Majesty, Alailua, the Oba of Lagos, Oba Riliwanu Aremu Babatunde Oshuolale Akiolu I, ably represented here today by the White Cap Chiefs, led by the Opelua Onido, I Chief Latif Ajose. We welcome you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me also recognize royalty by welcoming Alailua, Oba of Igbobi Sabe, Oba Owolabi Adeniyi Kabiesio. Let me, with your kind permission, welcome to this event our host, the Honorable Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tokunbo Wahab. Let me also welcome the Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on the Environment, Engineer Olakunle Rotimi Akodu. We also have here with us Mr. Sam Egube, is the Deputy Chief of Staff to Mr. Governor. You are very much welcome. We also welcome all the members of the State Executive Council who have converged here today to support one of their own, both the Honorable Commissioner and the Special Advisor. Let me welcome His Excellency from the Consulate General of the Federal Republic of Germany, Gerald Wolf. He is the Deputy Consul General. Please let's put our hands together to appreciate him. Let's also welcome from the Consulate General of the People's Republic of China, His Excellency Yang Yunhin. You are very much welcome. Let me also, with your kind permission, sir, welcome from the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the Policy Advisor, Economic Affairs and Public Diplomacy, Okpeyemi Oriniowo. A round of applause for him. Sir, we also have in our midst today the representative of the Central Bank of Nigeria Governor. Let me, with your kind permission, welcome Mr. Samuel Wagdok. He is in the Environmental Sustainability Office in the Governor's Office of Central Bank of Nigeria. Please let's appreciate him. We also welcome specially the body of permanent secretaries in the Lagos State Public Service. Let me single out the two permanent secretaries in the two offices of the Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources. That of Environmental Services is Dr. Gaji Omobolaji Tajuddin. A round of applause for him. We also welcome his counterpart in the Office of Drainage Services and Water Resources, Engineer Mahamud Olakunle Adegbite. You are very much welcome. Let me also specially welcome the representative of the Right Honorable Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Dr. Mudashiru Obasa, who has been ably represented here today by the Chairman, House Committee on the Environment, Honorable Olanrewaju Afini. You are very much welcome, sir. Let me also welcome one of our revered fathers. He is a former deputy governor. He is also a member of the Governance Advisory Council. Please welcome His Excellency, Prince Abiodun Ogunleye. You are very much welcome, sir. Let's appreciate Papa, please. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again welcome you to the 11th, which is the 2025 Lagos International Climate Change Summit. The theme for the 2025 edition is Blue Economy, Green Money, Financing Africa's Coastal Resilience, and Ocean Innovation. In a short while, our special guest of honor, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, will arrive for the formal commencement of this program. But before then, we'll have some light music interlude. Thank you. The Deputy Governor, sir, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the representative of the Osun State Governor. She is the Director General and Special Envoy to the Governor, Professor Chinwe Obiaku Igwe. A round of applause for her, please. You are very much welcome, ma'am. Let me also welcome one of our elder statesmen and a leader of the Governance Advisory Council, Prince Tajuddin Oluyole Olusi. A round of applause for Papa. Mr. Deputy Governor, sir, Your Excellencies, all other courtesies duly extended. We have now the safety moment before the arrival of Mr. Governor. Can we have the officials from the State Safety, Shitu, from the State Safety Commission to take us on the safety moment?
Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to Lagos Continental Hotel. My name is Shitu Simbiat, and I'm the safety officer to take us through the safety brief. Lagos Continental is a building with 23 floors and 2 basements. We are currently on the 3rd floor, the Grand African Ballroom. In an unlikely event of fire or any emergencies that may trigger the fire alarm, please do not panic. Just walk through any of the 4 exit doors to the foyer. On getting to the foyer, there is at the left-hand side of the elevator is stairway A that terminates to the lobby. There is also a spiral stairway that terminates to the lobby. Please, on getting to the lobby, find your way to the left-hand side of the building. That is your drive-in. That is where our muster point for guests is. Our firefighting equipment are duly serviced. Our fire marshals are available per shift in case of any emergencies. And we also have partnership with Federal Fire Service, Awolowo Way, in case of emergencies beyond us. For medical emergency, we also have a certified nurse on duty to attend to that. And in case of emergencies, please do not make use of the elevators because all elevators will be grounded. And for your convenience, the restroom is at the right-hand side of the elevator, the male and the female restroom. And for confidentiality, please, we do not have camera in here in your meeting room and also in the restroom. So please do not leave any of your items unattended to. Thank you very much, and please enjoy your stay.
ìbànújẹ́ àdẹ̀rín o ẹni afẹ́ làmọ́ o a ò mẹ́ni tó fẹ́ ni o bánú sọ má bènìyàn sọ bánú sọ má bènìyàn sọ ẹni bá má bèjú jẹun síbí rẹ̀ àgùn gan ẹni ò mọ̀ wá hù ó má jẹ́ òṣèlú mà ló láyé o bánú sọ má bènìyàn sọ bánú sọ.
Mr. Deputy Governor, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome in our midst the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu.
Bánú sọ, ní bènìyàn sọ. Bánú sọ, má bènìyàn sọ. Bánú sọ, má bènìyàn sọ.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will now formally open the summit, and may I kindly request that we all rise as we take the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please rise.
We hail thee, our own dear native land, though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
You may be seated. Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again we welcome you. And also to let you know that today's conversations are not just about risk, they are about opportunity, how Lagos and Africa can convert our coastline, our oceans, and our natural assets into resilient, inclusive prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, this summit stands today because of the drive, the discipline, and the direction of one man whose heart beats for a cleaner, greener, more resilient Lagos. Under his leadership, the Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources has become more than an office. It has become a movement, reshaping mindsets, restoring order, and reminding us that Lagos must not only expand, Lagos must breathe again. He is redefining environmental stewardship with uncommon energy and a deep belief that every policy must translate into impact. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tokunbo Wahab, as he delivers the welcome address. Before he starts, I'd like to ask that, can we have the media guys leave the stage, please? Media guys, please. You are covering the screen, please.
Mr. Governor, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, Mr. Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, Obas here seated, members of GSA, members of the diplomatic corps, my colleagues from the Lagos State Executive Council, body of permanent secretary, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great delight that I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you joining us for this 11th edition of the Lagos State International Climate Change themed Blue Economy, Green Money, Financing Africa's Coastal Resilience and Ocean Innovation. Your presence here today is a testament to our shared determination to secure a sustainable and prosperous future for Lagos and Nigeria at large. This year's summit could not be more critical. It reflects our ministerial resolve to unlock sustainable financing and pioneer innovative solutions that will safeguard our oceans, strengthen our coasts, and unlock prosperity for generations to come. Since its inception by the Governor Emeritus, Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the Lagos International Climate Change Summit has evolved from a policy dialogue into a globally recognized platform for actionable climate participation and partnership. Each edition has built upon the last, from deepening our understanding of climate risk to now unlocking sustainable finance for resilience and innovation. At this year's summit, we want to deep dive into the many potentials inherent in the blue economy. The Atlantic Ocean is more than just a beautiful sight or a place to relax. It's a vital artery for commerce, a source of countless livelihoods, and a defining part of our landscape and identity as Lagos. It goes without saying that the incredible resource is also one of our greatest vulnerabilities. Scientific evidence shows that Lagos faces real threats from rising sea level, extreme flash flooding, and soaring temperature. Every day, we witness pollution in our waterways, from the careless dumping of liquid and solid waste to the spread of plastic pollution and unregulated dredging and reclamations. These are not distant challenges for us in Lagos. Lagos sees opportunities. Lagos, as a state, sees this crisis happening right now. This is a call to action to transform our blue waters and vibrant coast into engines of resilience and inclusive growth, ensuring a future that truly leaves no one behind. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, where others see risks, Lagos sees opportunities. With this summit, we have a chance to redefine our relationship with the ocean, not as a resource to be exploited, but as a living system to be nurtured. One that sustains both our people and our planet. The blue economy represents more than just water-based industries. It embodies a new frontier for sustainable prosperity. This year's summit also provides an opportunity to bridge a crucial gap, the gap between visionary climate action and sustainable financing needed to make it a reality. Our mission is clear: to unlock the capital that will help us build a resilience, drive innovation, and protect our coastal future as Lagos. Lagos State isn't just talking about this vision. We are taking concrete steps to bring it to life. Under the visionary leadership of my principal, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, Lagos continues to lead Nigeria's sub-national climate response through a bold initiative and strategic investment that strengthens our environmental resilience. This leadership has not gone unnoticed. Lagos has been ranked the top performing state in Nigeria for climate governance for the second year running. This is according to the 2025 Sub-National Climate Governance Performance Rating. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are taking our efforts to the next level by embracing nature-based solutions to tackle erosions and flooding, while also promoting sustainable fisheries and supporting technology startups that champions eco-friendly innovations and job creation. By December this year, the ministry, in partnership with C40 Climate Global Leadership Group, will commission a biogas facility at the Ikosi Fruit Market, a project that turns 500 kilograms of fruit waste each day into clean energy. This green energy will power the market, street lights, and serve as a cooking fuel for food vendors in the market. Even the byproduct of this process, known as digestate, will be used for good use for nature fertilizer for our farmers in the state, creating a truly circular and sustainable investment pathway needed to build a resilient, low-carbon future for all Lagosians. It reflects our commitment to turning climate ambition into action, and action into lasting impact and legacies. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Lagos recognizes that our challenges transcend borders. Other coastal African cities face similar vulnerabilities. This is why we must work together, sharing data, expertise, and resources to build a united African front for coastal resilience. The future of our coastline depends on the decisions we make today. We are gathered here to send a clear message to the world that Lagos is ready to lead in the sustainable management of its ocean and coastal resources, ready for the investment, ready for innovation, and ready to build resilience that benefits our people. As Lagos State hosts this summit today and tomorrow, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to lead by example, to remain the beacon of innovation, resilience, and sustainable progress in our sub-Saharan Africa. On behalf of the Lagos State government, I warmly welcome all our distinguished guests, partners, and delegates from across Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for believing in Lagos vision. Igbega Ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, Àjùmọ̀ṣe.
May I request that we give him one more round of applause? Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Governor, sir, the Deputy, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, with your kind permission, we'll take some goodwill messages. First on the lineup is the Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on the Environment, Engineer Olakunle Rotimi Akodu. Sir, you have just 2 minutes.
Mr. Governor, we really appreciate you honoring us with your presence, sir. Mr. Deputy Governor, thank you so much for being here. Our royal fathers, thank you so much. Colleagues from the State Executive Council, thank you for joining us here. Body of permanent secretaries, we appreciate you. The international bodies that are here, the diplomats that are here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. Well, blue economy, as said, is what we're all familiar with. There are potentials that are bound, a lot that we need to unlock. Mr. Governor, in his magnanimity and ingenuineness, has done a lot. He has led the way, he has shown the way, he has led the way, he has shown us what to do, and we're diligently following up on that. Mr. Governor has also, in about a few weeks or a few months back, led the team of ESCO members, tourism. These are opportunities we need to work on, we need to tap. Key corridor in itself, if you look at it, is opened up now, and the Lekki deep sea port has really opened up that place. Lagos is a state often referred to. Lagos, a state of aquatic splendor. We will be doing a great disservice not taking advantage of this or allowing this to go into ruin. People are coming daily to mess up the water bodies. What is supposed to be advantageous to Lagos is becoming disadvantageous. It's creating a lot of environmental issues. And there are a lot of revenues that can come from there. So the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources have the mandate of Mr. Governor to see that we convert these negativities to positives. Just of recent, like as said by Honorable Commissioner, Lagos was just honored in Abuja for the second time consecutive, the best performing state, subnational in Nigeria, in climate governance. All the necessary activities that are expected to be in place, Lagos has been rated to be first nationally. And we want to assure you that as we continue to give in our best, Lagos will never let back. More and more successes will be recorded. Blue economy, green money, coastal innovations, and all of these are things that we need to put in place to ensure that the progress of the state is assured. Once again, I want to say thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Governor, and everyone here. Thank you so much for coming.
Mr. Governor, sir, the Deputy Governor, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, next we'll take the goodwill message from the Kingdom of Netherlands. Let me invite the Policy Advisor on Economic Affairs and Public Diplomacy, Okpeyemi Oriniowo. A round of applause for him, please. Sir, you have just 2 minutes.
Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, permit me to stand on already established protocol. I'm taking this goodwill on behalf of the Netherlands Mission in Nigeria. It's a great honor for the Kingdom of the Netherlands to join the government and people of Lagos State at this year's Lagos International Climate Summit. The theme, Blue Economy, Green Economy, Financing Africa's Coastal Resilience, and Ocean Innovation, captures a shared ambition for both our nations and all their building prosperity while safeguarding the planet. As a country that has lived below sea levels for centuries, the Netherlands understands what it means to turn vulnerability into strength. Our long history of living with water, not against it, has shaped our belief that sustainable progress depends on collaboration, innovation, and inclusion. This is why we are proud of our deepening partnership with Lagos State and other subnational governments across Nigeria in advancing climate resilience, circular innovation, and sustainable water and waste management. Last year, together with the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources and a number of Dutch companies and knowledge partners, we organized a learning mission to the Netherlands focused on urban waste management, circular economy solutions, and climate adaptation. Earlier this year, we built on that momentum with a learning exchange on nature-based solutions for coastal protection and erosion control in partnership with the Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development. A key outcome of that mission was an award of grants by Invest International to support pre-visibility studies and visibility studies for the Lagos coastline. This has now been formalized through a memorandum of understanding between a consortium of Dutch companies, CDR, Boskalis and Van Oord, and the Lagos State government, making a significant step towards evidence-based sustainable coastal protection. In addition, the Netherlands mission hosted a circular economy innovation exchange, which brought together and took the Lagos State Office of Climate Change and Circular Economy alongside delegates from Ogun, Abia, Anambra, and Kano states to the Netherlands. We also supported the National Council of Climate Change in the development of the Nigeria NDC 3.0. These national and cross-regional initiatives underscores our shared commitments to fostering circular growth and local climate innovation across Nigeria. We're also encouraged by the Lagos State Waterways Authority and their plans to visit the Netherlands for the Maastricht exhibition, the world's largest showcase of marine technology and innovation, and their request for support towards actualization of sustainable water transportation system in Lagos State. These continued exchanges reflect strong forward-looking partnerships between Lagos State government and the Netherlands, one grounded in practical collaboration and mutual learning. As the conversation at this summit turns towards financing Africa's coastal resilience, it is worth noting that the Netherlands offers a robust ecosystem of financing and technical support instruments for climate-related projects. Mechanisms such as the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development and Invest International are designed to catalyze investment in climate adaptation, nature-based infrastructure, circular economy initiatives, and sustainable blue economy ventures. These facilities actively seek partnerships with African government and private sector and development actors to turn bold ideas into bankable and scalable projects. As Lagos State continues to champion Africa's blue and green economy, the Netherlands remains a steadfast partner supporting initiatives that mobilize climate finance, strengthening coastal resilience, and to empower innovation-driven solutions for sustainable future. Together, we can transform shared challenges into shared opportunities for our economies, our people, and our planet. On behalf of the Kingdom of Netherlands, I extend our warmest wishes and fruitful deliberation and pray for a lasting partnership between both parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Governor, sir, the Deputy Governor, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Next, let me invite the Consul General from the People's Republic of China for our goodwill message. A round of applause for her, Yan Yunyi.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Mr. Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, Mr. Deputy Governor, Mr. Hamdet, you are all great friends of China. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm General Counsel of China in Lagos, but I like you call me Ayo Uchi Fatima. I love Nigeria. I love Lagos. This is Lagos. So it is a great pleasure to attend the 11th Lagos International Climate Change Summit today. You know, in September 2025, Chinese President Xi Jinping delivered a video speech to the United Nations Climate Summit. At this critical moment, making the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement and for countries to submit the new nationally determined contributions, President Xi Jinping called for the following in his speech. First, we must firm up confidence. Second, we must live up to responsibilities. Third, we must deepen cooperation. Just last month, the fourth plenary session of the 20th Central Committee of CPC reviewed and adopted the 15th five-year plan for national economic and social development, which made further agreements for accelerating the green transition across the board and building a beautiful China, highlighted pressing ahead with the critical battle against pollution and the drive to upgrade ecosystems, moving faster to develop a new type of energy system, working actively and prudently toward peaking carbon emissions and accelerating the shift to eco-friendly production practices and lifestyles. China has taken correct steps and is seeing significant results in its climate efforts. Our urban density continues to fall. In 2024, non-fossil fuels already accounted for nearly 1/5 of our primary energy mix, and we have met several of our 2030 targets, including for wind and solar capacity and forest stock ahead of schedules. China is committed to both global climate governance and green development in the global south. Since 2016, we have mobilized over 177 billion Chinese yuan to support developing countries to address climate change. So far, we have signed 55 climate MOUs on South-South climate cooperation with 43 countries, run over 300 capacity building projects, and provided 10,000 training places to more than 120 nations, all to extend the benefits of low-carbon cooperation. China has consistently strengthened cooperation with Nigeria in green and low-carbon development. In November 2024, China's Ministry of Ecology and Environment and the Nigeria Federal Ministry of Environment signed an MOU on cooperation development of the Lekki Low Carbon Demonstration Zone under the Africa Light Belt Initiative. So China will support Nigeria in enhancing its climate change response capabilities through joint development plans, exchange seminars, and capacity building activities. So I think climate change is a common challenge for all humanity. So let's together go ahead and to build a beautiful China, Nigeria, Lagos. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor, sir, the Deputy Governor, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me, with your kind permission, invite the Field Representative, Deputy Head of Mission, representing the British Deputy High Commissioner, Mr. Simon Field. A round of applause for him, please.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Mr. Governor, Deputy Governor, KBAC's Honorable Commissioner. My name is Oluwatosin Adenuga. I'm representing the British High Commission. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners, on behalf of the British Deputy High Commission, I extend warm greetings and commend Lagos State for its bold and transformative leadership in climate action and sustainable development. Lagos stands as a beacon of innovation and resilience, not only for Nigeria, but for the entire African continent. As Africa's fastest growing coastal city, Lagos has embraced its climate vulnerabilities as opportunities for progress. For 2 consecutive years now, Lagos has been rated Nigeria's best performing state in climate governance. Congratulations to Lagos. This achievement is not just about numbers, it reflects years of deliberate work, strong policies, and collective effort. The UK is proud to work with Lagos to support innovative climate-smart initiative that attracts flows of green finance into the state. By mainstreaming climate change across the economy, we unlock opportunities for resilient growth. Through the Future Cities program, we proudly supported Lagos in shaping sustainable urban transport and waterways strategies, laying the foundation for the transformative projects like the Umieko project. The recent E1 series, hosted here in Lagos, is another great example of innovation born on the River Thames in London. These events showcase clean marine technology and global collaboration. We are excited that British firms like Seabird Technologies are exporting cutting-edge solutions, creative jobs, and driving green growth. We celebrate Lagos for convening this summit and for fostering collaborations across borders, sectors, and generations. May this gathering catalyze new partnerships, unlock sustainable financing, and inspire climate solutions that uplifts community across Africa and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor, sir, the Deputy Governor, Your Excellencies. Quickly, with your kind permission, sir, from the Consulate General of the Federal Republic of Germany in Lagos, let's welcome the Deputy Consul General, Gerald Wolf. Your Excellency, sir, you have just 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to face such a distinguished audience today, and I'm very grateful to the Lagos State Government for organizing this conference, which is pinpointing the challenges a coastal city like Lagos is facing as it is impacted by rising sea levels as an effect of worldwide climate change. As we speak, world leaders are gathering in Brazil on the eve of the COP30 conference in Belém next week, where further contributions to tackle climate change will be discussed. And Germany and Nigeria are doing their share to do the best efforts that can be done to reduce the effects of climate change. Germany and Nigeria have agreed energy partnership. Among other things, this is supposed to support the implementation of the energy transition plan that Nigeria has decided upon. And among other things, Germany has set up a hydrogen office, dedicated office to promote the use of hydrogen as the fuel of the future. And we also support projects to promote the use of solar energy across the country. And earlier this week, the German and Nigerian governments have met in the Binational Commission in Berlin to discuss further projects to promote energy cooperation, which will further help to reduce the effects of climate change worldwide. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Mr. Governor, the Deputy Governor, Your Excellencies. Next, let me invite the representative of the Right Honorable Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Dr. Mudashiru Obasa, in the person of the Chairman House Committee on the Environment, Honorable Olanrewaju Afini.
The Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, a great Lagosian, a great Lagos Islander, a man at whose behest I serve. The Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, HC Environment, SA Environment, and other members of the State Cabinet here present, the Oba of Lagos, represented by the White Cap Chiefs, other traditional rulers here present, GAC members here present, all other courtesies duly extended. On behalf of the Lagos State House of Assembly, I extend my warmest greetings and congratulate the Lagos State government for its leadership in hosting this critical dialogue. The theme, Blue Economy, Green Money, Financing Africa's Coastal Resilience and Ocean Innovation, is just what is needed at the moment. Lagos, a dynamic coastal megacity, stands as a testament to Africa's potential and resilience. Our focus on harnessing our vast marine and coastal natural capital is not just an environmental strategy, it is an economic blueprint for sustainable growth, job creation, and climate adaptation for the entire continent. This summit should be more than just a meeting of minds. It should be a catalyst for action, as it has been for many years running. It is a platform for turning ambition into investment and vision into reality. The global community looks to forums like this for bold ideas and concrete steps towards a sustainable future. We are here for advocacy, to mobilize finance, and of course, to forge partnerships. The Lagos State House of Assembly is proud to be part of this crucial endeavor. May our deliberations over the next couple of days be fruitful and lead to a wave of new ideas, innovations, and investments that will create a more prosperous and resilient future for coastal communities across Africa and the world at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Governor, the Deputy Governor, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the last goodwill message, which is that of the Governor of Osun State, Senator Ademola Adeleke, ably represented here today by the Director General and Special Envoy to the Governor on Climate Change and Renewable Energy, Professor Chinwe Obuaku Igwe. A round of applause for her, please.
Good morning. Excellency, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos State, the Deputy Governor, Honorable Commissioners, Permanent Secretaries, Royal Fathers, distinguished delegates, global experts, innovators, policymakers, and esteemed guests. I've just been informed that we are the last to share our goodwill message. And with your kind permission, Mr. Governor, I'd like to digress from my script. The last time I was here, I nearly suffered a heart attack for two reasons. Because when I attended a meeting in Abuja, a representative of the Federal Ministry of Environment indicated that Lagos is ahead of Nigeria as a country. That before the federal government would think of implementing any project, Lagos State is already ahead of us. It is an honor and a privilege to bring you warm greetings from His Excellency Senator Ademola Jackson Nuruddin Adeleke, the Governor of Osun State, and from the people of Osun State, a state passionately committed to building a future that is not only climate resilient, but climate intelligent. The Lagos International Climate Change Summit has, over the years, evolved from a local policy forum into one of Africa's most credible intellectual and strategic platforms for climate discourse. And this 19th edition, themed Blue Economy, Green Money, Financing Africa's Coastal Resilience and Ocean Innovation, affirms Lagos's continued leadership in translating climate ambition into actionable pathways. Let me begin by acknowledging with both humility and admiration that Lagos State currently ranks first overall in the National Climate Governance Index, a recognition that celebrates not just your vision, but your sustained commitment to institutionalizing climate responsibility. Regionally, Lagos stands as number 1, with Osun State proudly holding the second position. Give us a round of applause, come on. Your Excellency, Osun State created the Climate Change Department, and in under 1 year, in less than 1 year, we went from the 30th position to the 6th. So I believe we deserve another round of applause. In the climate governance landscape, Lagos is not just leading, it is lighting the path. And Osun State, following closely, draws strength and inspiration from our big brother, from that brilliance, as we currently and collectively shape a narrative of resilience that is uniquely Nigerian, proudly African, and globally consequential. This year's theme invites us to reimagine the ocean, not as a boundary, but as a frontier, not merely as a body of water, but as a body of wealth, wisdom, and wonder. Financing Africa's coastal resilience is not just an economic pursuit. It is an act of moral geography, one that redraws the map of our collective destiny along the lines of sustainability, equity, and shared prosperity. At a time when climate change is rewriting the script of development and redefining the true meaning of wealth, it is no longer enough to chase growth. We must curate it. We must ensure that every naira and dollar spent on adaptation is an investment in dignity, and every innovation on ocean resilience is a covenant with future generations. In Osun State, under the visionary leadership of Governor Ademola Jackson Adeleke, we are cultivating a new ecosystem of climate action, one that integrates renewable energy transitions, climate-smart agriculture, circular economy initiatives, and youth-focused green livelihoods. We have begun the domestication of the National Climate Change Act 2021. We have established frameworks for greenhouse gas accounting at subnational level. An enterprise of today, powered by green money, guided. I congratulate the Lagos State government for its enduring leadership and intellectual generosity in hosting the summit. May the insights shared here ripple far beyond the shores of Lagos in its carbon era. Thank you.
Racing. Can we give Osun State another round of applause? Racing. Can we give Osun State another round of applause? Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Governor, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We now go into our theme with lead paper 1. Our speaker is a respected voice from the Nigeria-China Strategic Partnership, and today he will help us connect the dots and climate finance at scale. Distinguished ladies and climate finance at scale. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Taiwo Ajetumobi to deliver lead paper 1.
Your Excellency, Mr. Governor, Your Excellency, Mr. Deputy Governor, please permit me to stand on previously established protocol. I am Taiwo Ajetumobi, a proud, very, very proud Lagosian, a product of Ikeja Grammar School, Oshodi. So it is very good to be home. I lead the investment management team at Nigeria-China Strategic Partnership. And on behalf of my Director General and the Special Envoy of Mr. President to China, I greet you all good afternoon. It is an honor to stand before this distinguished audience at a time when Lagos is once again setting the tone for subnational economic leadership in Africa. The theme of this year's summit, Blue Economy, Green Money, Financing Africa's Coastal Resilience and Ocean Innovation, is not only timely, but it is also visionary. It reflects a growing understanding that the prosperity of our people and the preservation of our planet must move in tandem. Today's paper will be centered on 7 key points. Lagos and the blue economy opportunity. When we speak of the blue economy, we're speaking of more than oceans and waterways. We're speaking of a new development frontier where climate resilience and coastal infrastructure, logistics, energy, and tourism intersect. For Nigeria, the blue economy represents the next horizon of growth. And Lagos, with its 180 kilometers, that is about 20% of the entire coastline of the country, its vibrant ports and dynamic private sector is uniquely positioned to lead this transformation. Indeed, Lagos has already demonstrated what strategic vision and strong governance can achieve. For instance, the Lekki Deep Sea Port, executed through a PPP between the federal government, Lagos State, and private investors, stands as one of Africa's most successful examples of subnational federal alignment. It is more than a port. It is an ecosystem that will catalyze over $360 billion to Nigeria's GDP and generate about $200 billion in new government revenue over its 45-year concession period. In addition, it strengthens Nigeria's already strong position as a regional maritime hub. This project succeeded because the federal government and Lagos state governments spoke with one voice. They de-risked the project environment and created a structure where private capital could thrive. It is proof that when the federal vision meets subnational execution, private capital is bound to follow. Number 2, the imperative of alignment. You will hear me say alignment. Today, we must apply this same logic to further developing Nigeria's blue economy and in developing climate-resilient infrastructure projects. At the federal level, Nigeria's energy transition plan, the Blue Climate Action, the Blue Economy Policy Framework, and the Presidential Initiative on Climate Action are clear statements of intent from the federal government. At the state level, Lagos is developing innovative water transport systems, coastal protection programs, and waste-to-energy initiatives. Now, for context globally, climate finance has become the fastest growing segment of development capital, with over $1 trillion available annually and rising. And so the opportunity is clear. Alignment remains the missing link. Investors, whether in Beijing, Dubai, or London, are looking for 3 important things: policy coherence, regulatory predictability, and project bankability. If we align this across tiers of government, we can unlock billions in private and blended capital for Lagos State's blue economy, as well as for the multiple climate-resilient infrastructure developments going on. On number 3, I'll speak on PPP models that we have seen work in the past. And honestly, we have all the tools already. From my work at Nigeria-China Strategic Partnership, I have seen how the right PPP frameworks can turn ambition into assets. Around the world, cities are financing climate-resilient projects using adaptable PPP structures. This is a model Nigeria can scale, also leveraging our own local innovation. Let me highlight a few, each of which allows private operators to invest and generate attractive returns. Number 1, design, build, finance, and operate. In this instance, the private party designs, they build, they finance, they operate, but government retains ownership. And this model is ideal for utilities, where there is an imperative for the government to deliver social goods to its people. The very popular build, operate, transfer model that we've seen work really well in Nigeria. In fact, it was exactly the model that was used to develop MMA2 in the past. In this instance, private sector will build, they will operate, and they will concession for a period of time. And it is fantastic for airport terminals, ferry terminals, coastal highways, and the likes. You've got the lease, develop, and operate model. in which case the state already owns the asset. What private sector is doing is they're essentially taking over operational control of such assets and operational risk. Things like jetties, waterfront facilities can be leased, they can be modernized and operated by private sector. And then you have the traditional concession agreement that we all know, where the asset already exists and private sector just comes to operate it. Each of these models offers Lagos the opportunity to leverage private innovation and financing while maintaining public oversight and social value. Number 4, there's some lessons from success. When federal and state policy aligns, projects move from PowerPoint to pavement quickly. Let me quickly illustrate 3 instructive examples across Nigeria. The Lekki Deep Sea Port, where federal and state governments aligned under a BOT concession supported by Chinese and Nigerian investors. Clear governance and shared incentive de-risked the project and ended up attracting about $1 billion in investment capital. The Lagos-Ibadan Railway, where the federal government-led execution involved cooperation with Lagos and Ogun states. This project illustrates how intergovernmental coordination can accelerate logistics, integration, and regional growth. I had highlighted before the Murtala Mohammed Airport, MMA2, Nigeria's first privately financed airport terminal. It transformed air travel experience while reducing fiscal pressure on government. Each of these projects succeeded because they shared 3 common features: clarity of roles, transparency of process, and continuity of commitment across political cycles. These are the same ingredients Lagos must preserve as it scales its own climate-resilient PPP projects. Number 5, I will speak on improving the business environment. As global investors evaluate Nigeria's PPP space, several critical lessons stand out from international best practices on how to improve ease of doing business for them. Lagos can champion this at a subnational level. 1, standardization and transparency. Developing a unified PPP framework for Lagos, aligned with Infrastructure Concession and Regulatory Commission at the federal level, using model concession agreements already pre-developed, and having an online pipeline that is available to investors and can attract credible investors quickly. 2, early stage project preparation. Many projects die at this early stage in the project development journey. Lagos State can develop a Lagos PPP preparation fund to finance feasibility studies and environmental assessments. Investors are way more likely to commit when projects are both technically ready and financially bankable. Number 3, blended and local currency finance. Lagos can work with development partners to create a viability gap funding and partial credit guarantee instruments. This will make climate and social projects bankable while mitigating exchange rate risk for investors. Number 4, stronger institutional gatekeeping. Lagos can empower its Office of PPPs and ministries such as Ministry of Environment and Water Resources to act as gatekeepers, ensuring value for money assessments and fiscal risk evaluations before approval. And number 5, but not the least, policy consistency. It is important that Lagos maintains strong alignment between it as a subnational and the federal government, aligning its climate priorities with the federal government's nationally determined contributions and global frameworks such as the Paris Agreement and the AU's Africa Blue Economy Strategy. If Lagos adopts these reforms and initiatives, it can position itself as Africa's model for subnational climate investment, a place where sustainability meets profitability. I cannot leave without talking about China. From the vantage point in my office, I must emphasize the strategic role of China as a global partner in the blue economy infrastructure. China today leads the world in clean energy development, off-grid electrification, port development, shipbuilding capacity, and marine logistics digitization. In addition, its financial institutions, such as the China Development Bank and China Exim Bank, are increasingly prioritizing green and climate-aligned projects. In fact, several Chinese investors have already shown interest in partnering on Lagos State's waste-to-energy projects, Lagos Water Transport Development Program, and solar-powered cold chain hubs across fishing communities in the state. These are precisely the type of projects that align with the theme of this summit, as well as both Nigeria's energy transition plan and China's Belt and Road Initiative. By institutionalizing frameworks that are transparent, consistent, and commercially viable, Lagos can attract a ready wave of capital, not as loans, but as long-term equity investors and partners in the development of our very dear Lagos. Number 7, the way forward. Distinguished guests, the path before us is clear. The question is not whether Nigeria's blue economy will rise. It is more a question of how fast and how sustainably will it rise. To achieve this, we must align. We must ensure Lagos State's blue economy strategy is synchronized with federal climate and maritime policies. We must de-risk. We must deploy PPP models and financial instruments that make projects much more commercially viable. We must engage. We must proactively court global investors, particularly from China, from Europe, from the Middle East, through clear pipelines and investment promotion missions. And we must sustain. We must build institutional mechanisms that protect projects from political turnover and ensure continuity. This is how we move from climate ambition to climate action. This is how we convert Nigeria's maritime opportunity into real wealth and shared prosperity. In closing, I will remind you all of a very important Yoruba saying, Omi ni o gbe erin sókè. It is water that will lift the elephant. It is indeed our blue waters, our coasts, ports, inland waterways that can lift Nigeria's economy to new heights. The story of Lagos is the story of resilience, of a city that has never waited for permission to lead. On behalf of my Director General and Nigeria-China Strategic Partnership, I can tell you that Nigeria's partners are watching Lagos closely, not only for what it builds, but for how it builds, through collaboration, innovation, and alignment. That very important word, alignment. If we align our state, federal, and global climate strategies, anchored in sound PPPs and credible governance, then Lagos will not only lead Nigeria's blue economy, it will define Africa's era of sustainable growth. Let us therefore act not in silos, but together as a single coordinated effort. Not with hesitation, but with conviction. Because the tide of opportunity is rising, and Lagos must rise with it. Eko ni baje. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank you very much, sir, for the depth of that presentation with us, even though you made it truly simplified. Can we please give him another round of applause? And before we proceed, Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, I'd like to recognize in our midst the representative of the Honorable Minister for the Blue Economy, Dr. Dayo Moberiola. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Our second lead paper brings the discussion even closer to home in Lagos. Our speaker works at the front line of coastal development and ocean-facing infrastructure, with insights into the risks, innovations, and investments that come with building in a coastal city like ours. He is the director of Eco Atlantic City Management Limited. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. David Frame to deliver lead paper 2 on coastal resilience and ocean innovation. Can we please give him a round of applause?
Thanks very much. Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, It is a great honor to represent Echo Atlantic here today and discuss the journey that we've taken so far. And part of my presentation is a PowerPoint slide, so I hope the IT guys are able to sort that out, given the depth of this big screen behind me. Anyway, I have the script in front of me, so there you go, there it is. Now I'll go through it together with you, but it's important that we remember the history. If we go back to the origin of the erosion of our lovely Bar Beach that we all remember, it started in 1912. At that time, the Port Authority decided that they needed to expand the facility of Lagos Port. In doing so, they were required to excavate a deep channel leading to the Port of Lagos, which is the Commodore Channel. At that time, that channel was only 5, possibly 6 meters in depth, far too shallow for large ocean-going vessels to enter. So, in their wisdom, they decided to construct 2 very large rock moles. The first one to the west, known as the West Mole. The second one to the East Mole. Now, that created a sheltered channel for dredging, deepening the access to Lagos Port. But what they did not know, and with the benefit of hindsight and technology, we now know what they did, trapped sand that was moving along the west coast of the continent of Africa and was in fact extending that beach out to sea. The level of sand and the seafront was in fact 2.5 kilometers out to sea from Ahmadu Bello Bay. We have lost all that sand due to the erosion caused by the construction of those 2 moles. Now that is something that some people are old enough to remember, and I've spoken to many elderly residents of Lagos who confirm having to trek very far to take a cold box, enjoy the seafront, and trek all the way back. That's that 2.5 kilometers I'm talking about. So what happened? The erosion was very rapid. It was in the order of 25 to 30 meters of beach retreat year on year on year, until we reached 2005. What remained of our beloved Bar Beach and a greater part of Ahmadu Bello Bay collapsed into the sea. That event caused great concern for the residents of Victoria Island, and immediately the Lagos State Governor enlisted Hi-Tech Construction Company to build a shoreline defense. Hi-Tech engaged that promise from the governor and worked round the clock, 24 hours, to build a very robust seawall that resisted further erosion to the coastline of Victoria Island, but was not the full story. We had to go further than that. And in July 2006, we signed a concession agreement with the Lagos State government to build the Eco-Atlantic City. And the first demand of that concession agreement was to design, engineer, construct, and finance the entire project. Following that signature, real construction began in 2008 using advanced GPS technology for precise placement of the elements of the seawall. Okay, now, I think they're jumping a bit ahead of me, but could you go back to slide 2, please? No, further. That's it, you got it. That screen you see there represents the development of Eco-Atlantic from day one. As you can see, in 2009, there is no sand. That's how serious the situation was. Victoria Island, at its highest point, is 4.5 meters above sea level and slopes towards Ikoyi. When you reach the ramp to go on to Falomo Bridge, you're barely a meter above sea level. So put that in your minds. If the Bar Beach disappeared, you're very kind, thank you. If Bar Beach disappeared, if the whole of Amado Bellaway had gone, the whole of Victoria Island would have been under seawater. That doesn't bear thinking about. So, work started. In 2011, we had gone and reclaimed close to 7 million square meters. But then, a little blip, COVID, we had to stop work, unfortunately. But we're still there, but we're working with our consultants and engineers. 2023, we advanced even further, and in 2024, we had achieved close to 8 million square meters, which is 80% of the project as a whole. So now we go on, hopefully, with the next slide, the Great Wall of Lagos. I don't know who coined that expression, but it feels good, Great Wall of Lagos. Technology defeats us all. Aha, there you go. So, the Great Wall of Lagos. The concept of Eco-Atlantic and the Great Wall is to protect Victoria Island and Phase 1 Lekki from ocean surge. That Great Wall, as you can see from the first slide, is 8.5 meters above sea level at its crest. But below that is 10 to 12 meters of rock. The wall itself is also 8.5 kilometers in length, and at its base, 58 meters wide. A huge volume of rock. And that, our engineers tell us, is what is required to protect Echo Atlantic, but also protect, and our primary responsibility, protect Victoria Island and Lekki. I'm happy to say that that has been achieved already. Now, what does the wall consist of? In fact, there are multiple layers, 12 in fact, comprising rocks of different sizes, concrete acropods, which you will see in this third picture here. These are angular lumps of rock, of concrete, and they weigh 5 tons each. They're cast on site to very, very high standards, and they interlock together when they're placed. So it means they work in unison rather than individual units, which is the advantage over rock alone. But that is the core structure. But at the same time, we wanted to create a promenade where somebody could come to Echo Atlantic and enjoy the sea view. That promenade is 12 meters wide, and I make good use of it every evening after work. The wall was designed by renowned Dutch engineers Royal Haskelley, and in order to prove the design, it had to be tested in laboratory conditions at the Danish Hydraulic Institute. And I attended that test. The test itself, according to international standard, has to withstand the most severe storm predictable in a 100-year period. We asked them to extend that testing, which they did in multiples. Eventually, it was tested to a 1,000-year storm condition, something they classified as a Hollywood scenario. The only place you will see it is in Hollywood. But it was tested to that degree, and it passed the test with flying colors. That gave us the confidence that that wall is going nowhere, and it will protect Victoria Island, Echo Atlantic, and Ikoyi long into the future. So let's try again. There we go. Land reclamation. Right. The total planned area of Echo Atlantic is 10 million square meters. That is almost the equivalent of twice the size of Victoria Island. And on that footprint, we are constructing a city of international standard. We are using the technology available to us, and we are putting in place international standards of construction to make sure that we are working hard and delivering what we promised to do. The sand is achieving on a daily basis 3,000 square meters of reclamation, and we are already well on program to complete the whole of what we call the marine works by the end of 2027. Have I got a few more minutes? Okay, right, thank you. So, okay, we've dealt with the sea wall. We've dealt with the construction of it, but there's more. Here we go. Anyway, it's defeated us. Oh, there we go. Very good. We have decided to use precast concrete blocks rather than asphalt for the major roads. The reason why: number one, we are using a resource that we are very knowledgeable of, that is concrete. It's more resilient than asphalt, but it has the additional environmental advantage that rather than absorbing the heat of the sun, as asphalt does, and releasing it out, making the whole area hotter, we are reflecting that heat. And we are told by consultants who work for the American Consulate Project that we are reducing the core temperature of Echo Atlantic by at least 5 degrees centigrade. So that makes life more comfortable. We're also devoted to green infrastructure. We have a tree nursery in Lekki that can cultivate up to 250,000 trees and shrubs. We have already planted and installed in excess of 8,000 to date in Echo Atlantic. And we will continue to do that in order to create that green environment that we're all looking forward to. We also are using LED lighting systems to reduce the power consumption. And I realize I'm going over a little bit, I apologize. But it's important to know that an EIA, an environmental impact assessment, was made on Echo Atlantic as a collaboration with the Federal Minister of Environment and the Lagos State Ministry of Environment. And we have regular visits from the Lagos State Ministry to ensure that we are progressing. And I'm pleased to see that my good friend, Mr. Lasisi of the Lagos State Ministry, is in attendance tonight, and we work very close together. So we are also adapting IFC EDGE certification for buildings within Echo Atlantic. Now that means that in order for a building to be constructed, it has to comply with very stringent environmental standards. And we are applying those rules and regulations to all the developers within Echo Atlantic to ensure that we carry that burden forward. And one last thing, you're looking very worried. One last thing, we did manage to save a tree that was under threat in Ikoyi. And by the way, while we're waiting, that's the tree nursery we have in Ikoyi. Aha, there it is. This 60-year-old tree was doomed to be cut down and lost. And it was in Ikoyi, and through collaboration with environmental groups, we managed to save that tree, plant it in Echo Atlantic, just a very bare trunk at the time. But now I'm happy to see it's thriving, and it's an icon for the green engineering that we're applying in Echo Atlantic City. So that more or less wraps up my presentation. My apologies for the
building and protecting a coastal city in real time. Once again, can we please give him a round of applause? Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to hear from the man charged with leading Nigeria's marine and blue economy agenda at the federal level. His ministry is responsible for translating our discussions today into national policy, investment pipelines, and coordinated action across our waters and coastline. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Minister for Marine and Blue Economy, Mr. Gboyega Oyetola, for his keynote address. He is ably represented by the Director General NIMASA, Dr. Dayo Moberiola.
Good afternoon, Mr. Governor and the Deputy Governor. Please, in order to save time, allow me to stand on well-established protocol. I'm here today to represent the Honorable Minister for Marine and Blue Economy, His Excellency, Mr. Adegboyega Oyetola, CON. He would have been happy to be here, but unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond his control. And this is a man who is passionate, who has capacity and ability to wanting to change the situations that we all are facing in the blue economy sector. So I go straight to his speech. He started by saying Nigerians' coastline and inland waterways form one of the West African most strategic frontiers, supporting vital sectors, including fisheries, shipping, tourist, energy, and biodiversity conservation, which collectively possesses the potential to redefine Nigeria's growth model. It presents a unique opportunity for Nigeria to transition from oil dependency to a diversified, innovative-driven, and environmental resilient economy. The establishment of the Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy in 2023 marked a major policy breakthrough under the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Aligning Nigeria with key global frameworks, such as the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 14, which is life underwater. It also aligns with the Paris Agreement as well as African Union Aims 2050. Now you wonder, what has the ministry achieved in the last 2 years? The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy has implemented wide-ranging reforms to strengthen governance, integrate policies, and position Nigeria as a continental leader in sustainable maritime development. These reforms include National Marine and Blue Economy Policy Framework, accelerated digital transformation in port operations, which has led to increase in turnaround time for ports, advanced security reforms through NIMASA Day Blue project, and this has led to international recognition of security in Nigeria. In the last 3.5 years, we have no single piracy in Nigerian territorial waters. And on top of that, with the same infrastructure, we have also been able to reduce piracy in the Gulf of Guinea by 90%. Again, His Excellency's ambition has also come to realization as he has been able to change the international trade terms from FOB to CIF, meaning that Nigerians who are importing and exporting can now determine the type of vessels that they want to carry their goods, and also the cost of insurance and freight will be determined here in Nigeria, and the benefit will be for the Nigerian shipping companies. In the area of fiscal framework, the proposed blue investment zones, strategically designated maritime corridors and economic clusters for shipping, aquaculture, corridors, renewable energy, and logistics will benefit from measures such as tax holidays for sustainable maritime operations, reduced import duties on green technologies, provincial credit facilities for environmental responsive enterprises. Legal framework in which the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy has embarked on is a robust marine and coastal maritime bill, which is crucial to institutionalization, sustainable ocean governance. This legislation should establish a legal foundation for maritime spatial planning, clearly define institutional roles and responsibilities, mandate environmental impact assessments, and provide legal instruments for blue financings. Policy alignment and governance. Fiscal and trade policies must align with the overarching blue economy vision. The medium term, the national climate change policies, and Federal Ministry of Finance, Central Bank, as well as Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy will all align together to prevent policy fragmentation and ensure consistency. Coastal change and coastal risk and resilience strategy. Nigerian coastal corridor faces escalating threats from sea level rise, erosion, as well as flooding. So it is therefore the responsibility of the marine and blue economy to institute a national coastal resilient and adaptation framework. And I can assure you that this framework is ongoing now. The ministry is advancing nature-based solutions that enhance carbon isolation, protect biodiversity, and sustain fisheries, and tourist-dependent livelihood through mangrove and wetland restoration. The ministry is also working with the NIMET and NEMA to expand early warning signs, hydrometeorological monitoring, and climate modeling to strengthen disaster preparation. At the sub-national level, Lagos State exemplifies leadership through Omi Tuntun Initiative, a holistic model for flood control, waterway rehabilitation, and waste-to-wealth recycling. Internationally, Nigeria's engagement in the Paris Agreement, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and African Adaptation Initiative underscores the advocacy for climate justice, blue finance, and technology transfer. Financial instruments for a sustainable blue economy. The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy is partnering with the Federal Ministry of Finance, Central Bank, and African Development Bank. And the result will be blue bond and maritime investment infrastructure, blended finance and climate-linked facilities, PPPs, and impact investment, debt to nature, and debt to climate swapped. And this has been taking place in Belize, and it has realized almost $364 million. On the subnational Blue Finance and Lagos Pilot Hub, as West African economic engine, Lagos will pioneer municipal blue bonds and public-private partnership for shoreline stabilization, flood control, waste-to-energy system. This sublime method will serve as a template for coastal states, ensuring local ownership of blue economy financing. I will give an example, according to the Honorable Minister, of how important the blue economy has been to some countries. In Indonesia, blue economy generates 1.3 billion annually for the country. In Bangladesh, it contributes 6.1 billion to the economy of the country on an annual basis. In Malaysia, it contributes 40% to the GDP of the country. And in Philippines, it contributes 11.9 billion on the annual basis. So the question is, why can't we do that and do better in Nigeria? We are collaborating with universities to develop research programs that will be maritime enterprise focused to generate businesses, and with the help of the private to achieve this. The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy has also developed a framework called Tripart Helix Model, which is a knowledge and drive research. The industries, commerce, and technology will be able to key into this in order to develop their bases. Ladies and gentlemen, on regional cooperation, the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy is partnering with regional leadership, continental integration, global engagement, and most importantly, blue finance diplomacy. On the roadmap, implementing roadmap and governance. The roadmap faces is short terms, medium terms, which is between 18 and 24 months, and long term, which is beyond 48 months. Let me end by saying that it is fitting that this conservation takes place in Lagos. Lagos is the largest coastal megacity and a global model for sub-national innovation. Lagos exemplifies what is possible when visionary policies meet practical investment, and when technology, governance, and community engagement converge to build resilience. Lagos continues to demonstrate leadership in coastal infrastructure, flood mitigation, and public sector partnership for sustainability through initiatives such as Omitutu Eco-Atlantic and City Forward-Looking Climate Action Plan. So we plan and we hope that all the coastal states in Nigeria will emanate and collaborate with Lagos State. So on that note, I present to you the speech of the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for outlining the opportunities and responsibilities of Nigeria's blue economy in such clear terms. When leadership meets vision, the impossible begins to look achievable. Mr. Governor has become the defining face of that truth, connecting dreams to duty, policy to progress, and promise to performance. From the rails that carry our ambitions to the waterways that connect our communities, from housing and transport to technology and resilience, his footprints run boldly across the Lagos story, while also positioning the state as a hub for investment and innovation in West Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you are able, join me in welcoming Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos State, to deliver his keynote address. Well, I did say, as you are able. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you. Thank you very much for the audience we have here today. The Honorable Commissioner kept calling me his principal. So kept wondering which secondary school did we open? And is he the vice principal or is he just a head teacher? And I said that this is the first time we're seeing this level of screen, at least at these premises. And I believe it's a resilient screen, and it depletes the whole essence of why we're here this afternoon. I think it's really showing us real pictures of what Lagos is and what it can become. So let me also adopt the protocol, but let me acknowledge Mr. Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, the professor representing the Honorable, the Governor of Osun State, who proudly said that they are happy with number 30 to number 6 now, Professor Chinwe, the representative of the Honorable Minister for Marine and Blue Economy, Mr. Agboyega Oyetola, here ably represented by the DG of NIMASA, who himself was a former commissioner for transport, and MD of Lamata. So some of the problems that we now have, they created it, and he left. Dr. Dayo Meberiola, thank you very much. The Lagos State member of the House of Assembly representing the Speaker, Honorable Afini, members of the State Executive Council that are here, I acknowledge all of you, Commissioner and Special Advisors. I acknowledge Body of Permanent Secretary. I acknowledge all Excellencies, Consul General, and heads of various missions that are representing various countries here in Lagos, from China to Netherlands to France. Thank you. Our traditional institutions are also here. They also help us continue to liberate our ocean and our seas, representing the Oba of Lagos and all other KBSCs that are here, especially Oba Oni Sabe of Igbobi Sabe and our White Cap Chiefs. Thank you very much. Erelu of Lagos, thank you very much. Our political leaders that are here, Abaolusi and Prince Ogunle, thank you. Mr. Tunde Balogun, thank you very much. All the other stakeholders in the marine blue economy space, experts that are all here, opinion seekers, and all of you that are going to be here today and tomorrow. I want to thank you very much for creating the time to be here this morning into the afternoon. Gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, like other speakers that also said, I think I stand here with a very warm pleasure and as I welcome all of us to the 11th Lagos International Climate Change Summit. I think we deserve a round of applause for 11 years. We've kept faith with an important summit, which we call the Climate Summit. We see it as a gathering that brings together innovators in this space, visionaries, financiers, policymakers, and all of you. We believe we're all united by a single cause. We're all planning to secure the planet, the Mother Earth planet that we all call home. And coincidentally, as the world converges in Brazil to begin deliberation of COP30, which is a conference of partners, which I also was meant to be there. But I think the Vice President is leading the Nigerian delegation. On a yearly basis, we have the Conference of Partners, which we call COP30, is currently being held in Brazil as we speak. We see our decisions and our discussions here in Lagos as not just peripheral. We believe that they are critical, they are pivotal, because for cities like ours, climate change is not just an abstract headline. It is a valid reality of where we are. And our response, therefore, must be urgent. Our response must be inclusive and must be innovative. We clearly have close to 25 million population. We are in a coastal area that has almost 190 kilometers of Atlantic coast. So Lagos lives where land meets the ocean. We say that we have only two borders, the Atlantic Ocean and just one neighboring state. Some other states in the country have 10 neighbors. We have the major Atlantic Ocean, is our longest neighbor. And so when we say that Lagos lives where lives meet the ocean, that's the essence of what we mean. Where our ambition collides with nations' limits. Yet, we have chosen not to retreat, but we have chosen to rise, as Lagos continues to be a city that is built on water, is built on energy, and is also built on entrepreneurship. And as it often said, Lagos does not wait for the future. Lagos actually builds its future. And that future must be sustainable, a future that must be inclusive, and it must be a future that is ocean-powered, and that is very, very critical. Omi Olota, Lagos cannot do without its water, and so everything we're building must be ocean-powered. And so our approach to this climate era is anchored on three critical interconnected pillars. We believe it has to be resilient, we have to be completely innovative, and we have to be able to create a financing model that would work. And so we're building a coastal resilience to protect the life and livelihood of our people. We're driving ocean innovation to emerge commerce and mobility. And we're unlocking green and blue finance to power both. And so we're being very deliberate in all of those pillars. We're creating green economy, we're projecting and we're pushing blue finance. And we're doing this too to unlock the potential, because it's only commerce and mobility that can help us create and sustain that Lagos that we want to build out of ocean powered. And you saw some of the pictures that, climate change and ocean issues are real. You don't need to go far to see them in real fact. And so the Great Wall of Lagos style defense system, we've used it to transform what could have been an Atlantic wasteland into a thriving Eco-Atlantic city. With our partnership, Eco-Atlantic, they've created over 8 million cubic of sand to build that wall. And like Frame had said, we're still going to 10 million. And so we've seen the rise of a city out of water, which is a living testament of human ingenuity and a Lagos that is completely defiant. We're very optimistic, we're very forward-looking. A place that was once threatened by erosion, it now stands as a beacon of renewal. And also based on that, I want to, on your behalf, also thank Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for also, in less than 3 years, being part of our Lagos coastal. For us in Lagos, one of the things that we've also done is around also our Omi Eco initiative, which we're using it to redefine urban mobility. So when we say that 1/3 of Lagos is surrounded by water, meaning that as small as we are, about 33 to 35% of Lagos, excluding the Atlantic Ocean, just our creeks and lagoon, is part of what we see at Lagos. So we really don't have a choice in the matter. That's what nation has given to us. That's what nature has given to us. And we need to protect it. We need to nurture it. We need to be very, very serious about it. And so with the Omi Eco initiative, we're creating a low-carbon water transport network, which we believe will be powered by innovative financing created by AFD, EU Investment Bank. We believe in that we're creating a system with clean energy ferries. There will be solar-decked hubs, smart navigational system. It will certainly ease the pressure on our road infrastructure. It will reduce emission, and it will create what we call green jobs, new green jobs, all on the water. And so that's some of the funding and the financing that we're speaking to. And if you had forgotten also, just last month, Lagos also used its water to showcase that what they see in Miami and in Monaco and in other big ocean cities. We hosted the first E1 electric boat series, which was a premier electric marine competition. It was not just sports. It was actually, for us, it was a symbolism of an African statement, a statement that we can adopt, we can adapt, we can be part of that world, and we can create our water as a sustainable means of livelihood. It was a race towards the future. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we advance our climate agenda today and tomorrow, we recognize that true resilience goes beyond infrastructure and technology. It is also about restoring harmony with nature itself, because the health of our city is inseparable from the health of its natural ecosystem. You see Lagos mangroves, our lagoons, our wetlands, and our natural lawns. It absorbs carbon, is nourishing biodiversity, and is protecting our coast. We have commenced the gazetting of our wetland reserves and mangroves forests, alongside our wetland carbon credit framework, to reward communities for conservation efforts and that will attract climate capital into restorative projects. And you know, our traditional institutions, they are all here. You know, they know how important water is to them. And so it's important that we continue to work together on this, ensure that we're not just breaking, you know, we're not just cutting, you know, we're actually restoring. We're ensuring that we can preserve what nature has given to us free of charge. And so at the institutional level, we have set up the Lagos Lagoon Authority. We believe it will coordinate waterways management, it will monitor pollution, and it will enforce environmental compliance. It will be guided by our polluter pay framework, where responsibility and accountability will go hand in hand. You know, we're taking this conversation beyond just talk shop. I think as a government, we need to also be very serious, and we need to be able to protect, you know, our coastal and marine life, and be able to unlock the potential, all of the financing potentials that are there, you know, not only for today, but also for the economics and for the lives that are coming behind us. At last year's summit, we launched the Lagos Climate Adaptation and Resilience Plan, which was a comprehensive blueprint to turn ambition into action. It was building on that, and in collaboration with the International Finance Corporation, the World Bank, Lagos developed the Climate Investment Opportunity Diagnostics, a practical investment guide which will align with our climate priorities with financing solutions. I think it's one of the things we're going to launch here today. It identifies opportunities across clean energy, identify opportunity in sustainable transportation and resilient infrastructure. We see sectors that will create the next decade of opportunity of growth for Lagos. Dr. Mebriola heads NIMASA. They are one of the agencies of federal government that has the largest revenue, you know, on water. You know, so it's about time they need to begin to do derivation with NIMASA as well, so that once you do that heavy collection, we know you have responsibility all across our international waters. But if we put derivation to it, a significant part of it must sit in Lagos. So we want to thank you, but we believe in that you can help us carry on the message. Like I said, you were once in public transportation. Now you are now in ocean economy money making. So please, remember to carry the message to our Honorable Minister for Blue Economy. Let it remain here, because this is the capital of blue economy itself. And we want to continue to partner and to align with you. And so today, we want to renew our call for global investors. Investing in Lagos is a resilience, not a philanthropy. We believe it is a smart way, a smart economy. We believe it's an investment in Africa's most economy, and we believe it's an investment into the security of the continent's coastal future. We believe it aligns with global momentum. We know why we also are very intentional that we also are doing our own climate summit, so that the information will get there, you know, to say that we also want to be on the driver's seat of our own life and how we want to shape our conversation. And so we'll be leveraging world-class, bank-grade, blockchain digital infrastructure into the Lagos Carbon. We believe it will be supported by a national determined contribution, and it will facilitate the trading of internationally transferred mitigation outcomes, ITMO. Lagos Carbon will enable countries and companies worldwide to finance verified emission reduction and removals across Lagos and Nigeria. It will drive job creation, it will create a fostering technology transfer, and it will improve health, wealth, and well-being of Nigerians for generations to come. In COP30, we're showcasing our cooking stove initiative, which is one of our clean energy sources of energy. Our special advisor on climate change, Titi Oshodi, I think she's there. I don't know if Fini is there already, our special advisor. Are you still going? You know, on SGD. You are also not joining that. Okay. But at Commissioner, I think some of you are still going to. So the conversation there, you know, is what she has taken a lead on. You know, they need to be able to listen to us and listen to us well, you know, and be able to show the extent of what we're doing, you know, on clean energy, on clean cooking stove, and while they need to support us to ensure that we can scale. You know, Lamata is actually there to demonstrate all of our initiative around clean mobility. I think it's the current United General Secretary, Antonio Guterres, who recently warned that the era of global warming has ended. The era of global boiling has arrived. So what it means is not just warning again, it's actually boiling. And so we cannot afford incremental steps. It's time for us to take bold actions. Transformative climate leadership, we believe, is now. Lagos is committing to lead Africa's change. Lagos is committed to lead the continental change. We believe that working with the federal government and other private sector partners, we can showcase even to the world, you know, the power of resilience, and Lagos can be a strong demonstration of that. We believe that if Lagos can rise from its heights, so can other African countries or African cities. And so our story proves that development and decarbonization are not opposite. In fact, they are twin engines of progress, both development and decarbonization, and they can work hand in hand. And so in conclusion, we see a blue economy that is not just an economic concept. We believe it's now a lifeline for the planet. We believe the green transition is not just an obligation, it's an opportunity for us to build better. Lagos, in the next week or so, will also be we'll be launching the first green bond, you know, as a sub-national. I'm right? We'll be launching the first green bond, financial, you know, with financial support in the next week or two or so, you know, and the tides of resilience, to turn our blue waters into green wealth, and to leave behind not just a livable Lagos, but a Lagos that is thriving. We believe that together we can make a Lagos the beating heart of Africa, not just for today, but in a sustainable future. A city that did not drown under the weight of climate change, but it rose above it to lead the world. And I think Eco Atlantic and what David Frame and all of them are doing is a clear example of leading the world, where people never believed that it can happen. People never believed that it can be real. And we've seen it, and it's real. And we're beginning to see that all of the opportunities around the blue economy, all of the opportunity around our coastal opportunity are becoming a reality in Lagos. And so on this note, I want to welcome you again to this 11th summit. We're believing that today and tomorrow will create a discussion that will help us take, you know, the conversation forward. Welcome you to Lagos to this International Climate Change Summit. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, we say a big thank you. Once again, can I ask that we give Mr. Governor a round of applause as we take our seats. We now proceed to a major highlight of this summit, the launch of the Climate Investment Opportunities Diagnostic CIOD for Lagos. This diagnostic tool identifies real bankable climate projects and opportunities across key sectors, positioning Lagos as a destination for serious, structured, green and blue finance. And to lead this important launch, may I respectfully invite again Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos State, and he will be joined by the leads, the honorable commissioners of the two ministries kosher to this project's development. I also invite the Honorable Commissioner, Economic Planning and Budget, Okpe George, to join Mr. Governor, as well as Honorable Commissioner, Environment, Tokunbo Wahab. May I also invite the World Bank team, Mr. Ayo Olowo Okere, Mrs. Miriam Nji, and also Temilola Shonola. May I also invite the Deputy Governor of Lagos State to please join us on stage for that all-important ceremony. And also, of course, the LAG team, Odimole Mobolaji, Director, Development Partnerships, Bankole, Director, Climate Change, and Dr. Daniel, CRO, the Chief Resilience Officer. Can we have everyone on stage for this important part of the event?
How do you see it? Dreams gone, fade fire, moving on. Why do you need it? And waves come over you, it's an undertow. Honestly, I can't believe it's burning again. Like the first fire, run for fences, you don't have to pretend. In the first fire.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Lagos is clearly saying to investors and partners, we know our opportunities and we are ready. Just to let you know that if you're unable to get a copy, the QR code will be displayed and then you can make the best use of that. To close this opening ceremony, I now invite the Permanent Secretary, Office of Environmental Services, Mr. Gaji Omobalaji Tajuddin, to give the vote of thanks.
Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, His Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and all the attendees. It's a great honor to deliver this vote of thanks at the 11th Lagos International Climate Change Summit. Over the past few hours, we've shared powerful ideas, renewed commitment to share goal, building a greener, more resilient future for Lagos and Africa. This summit has shown once again that progress is inevitable when government, the private sector, academia, and our partners work together. On behalf of the Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources, we extend our heartfelt appreciation to His Excellency, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos State. Your visionary leadership and genuine commitment to the well-being of Lagos continue to inspire us all. Your hands-on approach has shown that protecting our environment is not just good governance, but a lasting legacy of care for future generations. This summit and its outcomes clearly mirrors the ideals of your Themes Plus agenda, especially your focus on health and environment, building a 21st century economy, and promoting sustainability at the heart of Lagos' development journey. Our deep appreciation goes to the Deputy Governor, Dr. Obafemi Kadri Amsat, our own guide and leader. Our deep appreciation goes to Honorable Commissioner for Environment, our Special Advisor, our colleagues, permanent secretaries, the body of permanent secretaries, the ESCO members, the entire ministry for your tireless commitment and dedication. To our distinguished speakers, moderators, panelists, thank you for sharing your insights and inspiring innovative ideas for action. We are also grateful to our developmental partners, donor agencies, international collaborators, for your steadfast support, and our private sector partners and investors for proving that sustainability and profitability can thrive together. A special word of recognition goes to the organizing committee for the seamless coordination of this summit and to the media for helping amplify the message of climate action. To our colleagues in academia, civil society, and community-based organizations, thank you for keeping our policies grounded, inclusive, and people-focused. Finally, to all participants and delegates, both here and online, thank you for your presence, your idea, and your continued commitment. As we continue with the session, let us keep the momentum alive. Together, we can build a Lagos that is prosperous, sustainable, and resilient. A city that truly leads by example. Thank you all. Igbega Ipeleko, Ajumose Boboani. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to respectfully invite the Governor back on stage for a group photograph. Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, Honorable Commissioner, the representative of the Minister of Blue Economy. Representative of Osun State. Can we also have the representative of the Oba of Lagos on stage, please? The representative of the Oba of Lagos. We're going on a quick tea break and we will reconvene in just a few minutes for the rest of the ceremony, the rest of the event, the plenaries. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please be reminded that we will reconvene in 10 minutes to continue with the event. We'll reconvene in 10 minutes.
Loyambi nengeli kere wongi Urbem balele ni munu wongi Sogol we mabi nengeli kere wongi Loyambi nengeli kere wongi Ngeni yesri yibe yo Pasori nigel ni be yo Lo yes bi wele ni kere wongi Onge ba bi wele ni munu wongi Lo yesi ho Inyonyo ninyo Lo yesi ho
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene in 5 minutes. We will reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Papire di chomo kiki bitong bimo Ingem wemo kibi perne ni munu wongi Inyo baby well ni beski wongi Hatango ngem le long Pengeni yo kiki wo Mumye abi well ni beski wongi Ni bespana din kirne ni kere wongi Long yesi ho Inyonyo ninyo Ilo yesi ho Iho ni mao Ambombo kala ni me Ilo yesi ho Iho ni wongi Yele long yesi ho Inyon ni mao Lo yesi ho Inyonyo ninyo Lo yesi ho Ni maok Ata lo yesi wo Iho ni wongi Long yesi wo Inyon di maok
Preacher man, please have some faith. I've come to you 'cause I lost my way. Here I am with my bag of shame. Oh, please don't send me away. Yesterday, like every other day, I had it all, but now it's all gone. Where are you? Where can I find you? Oh Lord, please show me your face. I need you now, I need you here, I need you every day. I need you now, I need you here, I need you everywhere. I need you now, I need you here, I need you every day. I need you now, I need you here, I need you everywhere. Oh Lord, I've been very greedy. I would save money, I wouldn't help the needy. The pain just didn't move me. What am I? Who have I become? I'm reaching out, I need you now. Come ease this pain, I need you now. I'm down on my knees, I'm ready to change. as we cover up with pain. Watch them preach in sour lies. I would rather see this world through the eyes of a child, through the eyes of a child. Darker times will come and go, times you need to see her smile, and mother's hands are warm and mild. I would rather feel this world through the skin of a child, through the skin of a child. When a human strokes your skin, that is when you let them in. Let them in before they go. I would rather feel alive with a childlike soul, with a childlike soul.
Ẹni bá rò pé orin wa kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ títọ́ látẹnu àwa, wọ́n lè mọ ibi táwa ti ń bọ̀, wàhálà táwa ti rí ló mú orin yìí wá. Àwọn ìran bàbá wa náà ti kọrin yìí láti gbà tíjọ́ títí dòní.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly return to your seats. We will start in the next 5 minutes. Please return to your seats. We will continue in 5 minutes. Thank you.
nígbà ìkẹyìn torí ayọ̀ kí ó ṣe gbọ̀mọ́ àtorí ìfẹ́ wọn ti kọjá lọ sí ibi gbàgbé ìtura wá wà nínú orin àlàáfíà.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start in a few minutes. Momentarily, we will continue. Please be seated. Please take your seats and get ready for the next session.
Torí ayọ̀ kí ó ṣe gbọ̀mọ́ àtorí ìfẹ́ wọn ti kọjá lọ sí ibi gbàgbé ìtura wá wà nínú orin àlàáfíà. Látìgbà tíjọ́ títí dòní à ń kọ orin kalẹ̀ ẹ gbọ́ orin ọtí tọ́ wá. Orin ìfẹ́ nígbà ìkẹyìn torí ayọ̀ kí ó ṣe gbọ̀mọ́ àtorí ìfẹ́ wọn ti kọjá lọ sí ibi gbàgbé ìtura wá wà nínú orin àlàáfíà.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break, and we trust that you are refreshed and you're ready for a rich afternoon of robust, practical conversations. I'd like to ask once again that we please be seated and let's keep the room quiet so that we can hear all that has been prepared for us this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Torí ayọ̀ kí ó ṣe gbọ̀mọ́ àtorí ìfẹ́ wọn ti kọjá lọ sí.
And if you're seated at the back, I'd like you to please fill up the seats in front of you so we have a view of those of us in the hall at this time. If you're sitting way at the back, kindly fill up the seats in front of you. Thank you. Please fill up the seats in front of you. We're about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, please move forward, fill up the seats, the vacant seats in front of you, so that we can start right away. Thank you.
Miri ozuzo, zachapu iyonjamu. Miri ozuzo, zachapu iyonjamu. Miri ozuzo, yeah. Oh, rain down on me, heal all my flaws, beautiful rain. Oh, rain down on me, such a pool, heal all my flaws, never gonna go, beautiful rain.
I'd like to invite Tomi Adepoju to take a seat in front. We're about to start. I'd like to ask the Tomi Adepoju to take a seat in front. We're about to start. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Our first plenary session focuses on a critical question: how do we ensure that state-level action, federal policy, and global climate frameworks are not working in silos, but aligned and mutually reinforcing? The topic is policy meets investment, aligning state, federal, and global climate strategies. And our speaker is Partner and Head Enterprise Risk and ESG, KPMG West Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tomi Adepoju. Can we give her a round of applause, please? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask once again that can we please move forward and fill up the empty seats in the front few rows? Can we please do that quickly? We have our speakers standing already. Can we please fill up the seats in front so we can start right away? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, policymakers, development partners, private sector leaders, and all participants gathered at this summit. Permit me to stand on existing protocols. I am highly honored to address this year's Lagos International Climate Change Summit under the timely and strategic theme, Blue Economy, Green Money. I would be addressing a critical enabler of our collective climate ambition, the alignment of policy and investments across state, federal, and global levels. I call it enabler because while we have the science, the technology, and even sometimes the capital in waiting, what we often take for granted is alignment. That's unified direction that connects our climate goals with the financial systems needed to achieve them. To be clear, the climate challenge we're facing is not just an environmental crisis. It is of economic importance. The cost of inaction can be devastating, yet along this challenge comes an unprecedented investment opportunity, which we can position to harness. According to the Climate Policy Initiative, CPI, the annual funding gap between Nigeria's estimated need to meet its climate goals and actual flows is about $27.2 billion annually. In 2021 and 2022, only 2.5 billion was mobilized, both domestic and international sources of public and private capital combined. That amount is less than 1% of our national GDP and nearly equals to what we our foreign debt that year. So we're looking for 27.2, that's what we need, $billion. But as at 4 years ago, we've only been able to, because the alignment is missing. And you would agree that closing it is not up for debate. We do have no choice, considering all that we've heard this morning. At the global level, frameworks like the Paris Agreement and COP outcomes set the tone. But their success depends on how well they are translated into our national and subnational action. At the federal level, Nigeria has made commendable strides. The Climate Change Act and the Energy Transition Plan are strong signals to the international community. But fragmented state-level policies, regulatory uncertainties, and underdeveloped financial instruments and fragmented mandates often dilute the impact that we've made. Hence, this deters the very private capital that we need to be able to scale our solutions. Our energy transition plan alone is costed at approximately $1.9 trillion by 2060, with approximately $410 billion needed above business as usual spending, just for determined contributions. We need about $337 billion alongside technology transfer and development, as well as capacity building. Commitment to creating robust regulatory frameworks with clear mandates, incentives, and enforcement mechanisms. We then need to themselves won't make so much difference. And I must commend the Lagos State government on its efforts on enforcing climate-related policies, which is often partially painful initially. You can see our faces looking up and getting lightened once I talked about money. The investment gap for climate action is vast. Current flows fall short of what is needed to meet our nationally determined contributions. But the problem isn't just lack of funds. It's often the lack of understanding and meeting specific qualification criteria. I recall a panel session we organized at KPMG some months back during one of the largest plastic exhibition platforms in West Africa. In that session, stakeholders from the plastic sectors expressed their critical needs for funding to be able to address the growing issue of plastic waste management. On the other hand, a representative from a development finance institution highlighted that they were looking for bankable projects to support. That revealed a clear mismatch. One side needing the fund, but the other side needing projects that meet specific criteria. The disconnect is one of the key barriers preventing the flow of investment into climate solutions. This has also not been helped by the general apathy and the lackluster attitude of business leaders to climate change and sustainability matters in this part of the world. We often think it's other people's problem, not our problem, but we are faced with the environmental issues. In several instances, the approach we have is compliance-based rather than optimizing the risk and the opportunities that the subject matter presents. I also recall my team facilitated an annual conference, and during one of the panel sessions a few years ago, a group of stakeholders in the plastic value chain still looking for money, and we just keep saying this over and over again. What we need to do is to embrace policy-based finance, linking public finance outcomes. We need to deploy green and blue bonds, institute vibrant carbon markets, and blended finance to be able to attract private investment system with global standards and unlocks cross-border capital. We need whole of government coordination, a vertical integration of climate goals from the global to the local. We should develop strategic partnerships between governments, the private society. The multilateral development banks in particular must align their budget support with climate goals. Imperative is the foundation upon which climate investment is built. Lagos as a coastal mega city and economic house has unique opportunity to lead. So we must align policies across all levels. Federal climate target, creation of a federal state policy alignment task force. We must push for a subnational sustainable finance taxonomy. We should also consider establishing a Lagos Green for investors. I say this because when policy meets investment and when ambition meets alignment, we will unlock the future we all deserve.
I'd like to thank you very much. Can we please give her another round of applause? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to add a different kind of lens to this conversation, NIMASA, can we give her a round of applause as she comes on stage?
Listen to so much, and it's not a talking shop. At this point, what we are looking at has practically said everything about climate policy and where it meets investment. Of course, it is already established that climate change is a sort of an interconnected web. Finance and social factors. And it is only when these factors are handled holistically, Lagos State has achieved quite a lot. There is need for clear policy frameworks. And with Lagos State will make more miles. When you achieve our climate targets. Because of this, it's a great achievement and a very laudable one that our president was able to create the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy in 2023. This ministry has, in a way, brought all the relevant agencies together under one umbrella. Because this is usually part of the problem, where you have disjointed policies, there is a problem, there will be conflict. So that collaboration, understanding, and cooperation is very necessary to drive this flow. And at this point, the panel that will speak need to look critically into things that will help Lagos sustain the effort that's already done. For many developing countries, there's a huge investment need, and Nigeria is not left behind on this problem. But the question remains, how do we bridge this gap? So looking critically into policy and investment and where they align will be the major cause in achieving this. Global finance architecture may shift more emphasis on linking investment treaties with climate policies. Now, at the IMO, we all know what is happening. There's a shift in energy transition. The midterm measures that IMO has brought out is such that it's binding onto all member states. But it is obvious that these measures are not African-friendly, developing countries, least developed and all. And unfortunately, we have all acceded to these conventions, and it is binding on Nigeria as a nation to comply. And so with our own local policies, National Action Plan, being aligned with these international regulations, we should be able to surmount that challenge. And so as we set the stage for the next panel discussion, we have to look critically on how we can achieve a clear policy framework. Concluding, I will say that Lagos State has done quite a lot, but the key is to bridge the gap between policy and framework. And at this point, I rest my case while we listen to the panelists as they come up the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omar Ofodile. Once again, I'd like to ask that we give her a round of applause as she returns to her seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now move into panel one, where we explore very practical blended finance models for coastal cities like Lagos. Our panelists bring together government, development finance, and technical expertise. Please welcome Mr. Abayomi Oluyomi, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance, bringing the lens of state public finance and fiscal strategy. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes up on stage? Please welcome Mr. Olumide Lala, founder and director of Climate Transition Limited, working at the intersection of climate projects, markets, and advisory. A round of applause, please. Also welcome Dr. Oluwaseun Olukporoku, urban specialist with the World Bank Group and IFC with experience in city-level climate and infrastructure financing. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes up on stage? Next, we have Ms. Latana El Hassan, representing UNDP with a focus on development cooperation and climate resilience programming. Please welcome Mr. Ifeanyi Peters Ugwoke from the Partnership for Agile Governance and Climate Engagement Program, contributing insights on governance, policy, reform, and citizen engagement. Distinguished panelists, you're welcome. And this session will now proceed under the guidance of the panel moderator, Ms. Adefemi Akisoya, international correspondent with Arise News. Can we please welcome her with a round of applause?
Thank you very much. Oh, what a lovely room. Look at this, look at this. Well, Excellencies, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished guests, members of the press. I have to shout out members of the press as a journalist myself. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome to the first panel discussion under the umbrella of the 11th edition of the Lagos International Climate Change Summit in this year, 2025. As our host wonderfully said, my name is Adefemi Akinsoya, and I'm international correspondent at Arise News. And we at Arise News, but indeed just as people in Lagos, we have a front row seat to the importance of climate and how it affects this home for all of us here in Lagos. The work I do in journalism has fortunately given me the opportunity to have a front row seat into the importance of climate change in this great city. We've been on the waters of Makoko to see how those communities are affected by the environment. We've also examined coastal degradation, and also we've looked at the impacts of plastic pollution. All of these things are issues that we all contribute to, whether it's exacerbating the issues or indeed looking for solutions. And on the topic of solutions, we are all in for a wonderful treat because, as you can see, we have a stacked panel of professionals, of thinkers, of leaders who are going to uncover the financing models that we're going to need to really unlock the potential that we have here in Lagos. So welcome to our wonderful panelists. Thank you for joining us here. And I look forward to hearing what you've all got to say. One thing I would like us all to be mindful of is, though we are, of course, looking at financing models for coastal cities like Lagos, I want to make sure that the information that we share here is as accessible as possible. So I want us to all keep in mind that perhaps our audience may not be the most financially savvy. I'm talking about myself. And so if we are talking about different topics, please let's ensure that it is easy to understand and easy to grasp. So firstly, I would like to start with our Honorable Commissioner representing Lagos State. I think it is, even though you are far away, I would like to bring you in with the conversation firstly. And when we are looking at solutions, especially financial ones, one of the issues that definitely first come up is really the cost of finance and making sure that it is viable in terms of what it needs to do. So for you, what do you think governments like Lagos should be focusing when it comes to understanding the cost of finance and making sure that monies go to where they need to?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's really an honor to be here. Thank you. I would like to thank the Honorable Commissioner for Environment for bringing me here. Well, to be sincere with you, you know that this topic we are talking about today is very critical. It's critical in the sense that, so if I want to domesticate it to Lagos, just like it has been repeated severally, Lagos State is made up of 40% of Lagos State is made up of water, and Lagos State is a coastal city. As a result of that, there are a lot of issues, you know, that is attendant to the location of Lagos State. We grapple with several problems, problem of erosion, problem of ocean surge, problem of displacement, both humanitarian, even economic problems. Now, Lagos State, we say the GDP of Lagos is about, let's say, 61 trillion. But the infrastructural gap that we have in Lagos alone requires over 10 trillion naira, which means that for us to be able to surmount particularly the coastal city problems, we must look for some dynamic financing options that we can use to, you know, to provide and to make sure that we find solutions. So for us in Lagos State, we have various financing strategies that we use to also bring down the cost of governance. Well, our budget is not big enough to, you know, to meet our needs. So you also know that because of the economic situation in Nigeria, the cost of fund has been going up. But we have various options of financing, you know, some of these projects. The first one, and I think the gentleman is there, is the one we call PPP arrangement, which is public-private partnership. That is Mr. PPP in Lagos State. So it's something that we have used and we have been very, very successful using this financing arrangement. I'm not going to dwell so much on that, but that is one. We have something that we also call credit enhancement. You know, credit enhancement is a situation where you get some credit company like Infrared to provide guarantees for Lagos State to be able to borrow money cheaper. You know, what they are trying to do in essence is to de-risk that particular project. We're using credit enhancement for some of our lines. I think we use it for Red Line. Yeah, definitely we use it for Red Line. And of course, we have also, we cannot, apart from what I've mentioned, we also have what we call grants and aids from bilateral institutions. For instance, let me give you an example. Because of the flood problem we have in Lagos, we have some international institutions that have decided to underwrite the cost of relocating Lagosians. That is another, way by which we are financing some of these projects. So there are several ones, but let me pause so that I don't say everything that is at a go. So let me keep some of it. But by and large, what I'm saying is that there are several ways by which you can reduce the cost of, instead of going straight to the banks to borrow, you can do a lot of some of these things that I've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response there. Wonderful. Well, Oluwaseun, true to your name, thank God you're here, because we definitely want to hear your voice when we are discussing finance and financing solutions. So I do want to ask you, in your opinion, how you feel subnational governments like Lagos can effectively utilize risk-sharing mechanisms such as perhaps guarantees or first loss capital from their budgets to make coastal resilience and PPPs, as we've just heard, creditworthy enough for commercial banks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Lagos State is doing a lot currently. But there are, if we look at it, there are areas where we think there are more opportunities that can still be much more harnessed. And that is in terms of bringing in how we crowd in more private sector into the Lagos environment. The Lagos environment is the home of the private sector enterprise in Nigeria. And there's a need to make the environment a little bit much more friendly for the private sector to come in. And how do we start to do with this? First of, one of the things we really need to do is, one of the main challenges which we need to fix around is the issue of bankable projects. We have to start developing projects that are bankable, that gives the private sector a lot of confidence to come into the system. When we do that much more from the upstream, in terms of we prepare our projects much more properly, we do this much earlier, we give so much confidence to the private sector, and that makes them come into the space much more confidently. Another thing we also need to, another area of gap which we also need to improve upon is around our institutional coordination and also capacity. If we look at it, let me just digress a little from Lagos. The capacity is very high here. And I know in many ministries in Lagos State, the capacity is on the very high side. But the capacity is still not the same. So you're discussing around, you need to ensure that we have that capacity that is on the high side. And with that, we can give the private sector much more confidence to say, when I'm bringing my money, or when I'm bringing my resources, I know that when I start the process today, in 6 months, in 3 months, I'm going to finalize the process. So that's another area where we need to really put in some much more effort beyond what we are doing currently. It's not that it's not very good here compared to many other states in Nigeria where I've worked. This is on the very high side, but we can still also do a little more on that so that we can give much more confidence to the private sector for them to be able to come in. And as we know, once we bring in much private sector, actually, we open the space for job, we open the space for innovation. The private sector has innovation. We open the space for even best practices that can come from the private sector to combined together with what we have in the public sector. So I believe these areas, among many other areas, you look at the environment, you look at the capacity, we look at the policy and legislation. We have policies here. Today we just adopted, the state government just launched another policy on climate change. That's a diagnostic that sets the pathway on how to transform areas of investment into bankable projects. So things like this, we need to have them much more in different sectors and also ensure that we have more cross-sectoral collaboration. Climate change issues, urban infrastructure in coastal areas are issues that cut across different sectors. So we need to still have also that platform approach where we have that cross-cultural collaboration, cross-sectoral collaboration, and then we're able to get things done much better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, Olumide, thank you very much. That is actually very insightful, the conversation here. Olumide, I'd like to come to you next. Talk to us about climate transitions. This is clearly an institution that you founded, and this is a conversation that does affect you directly. So talk to us about the work being done at Climate Transitions and how you think blended partnerships can make your work easier and faster.
Thank you very much for that question, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's a bit of an honor to be here this morning. Climate Transition is actually a boutique consultancy advisory firm registered in London. But for most part, we've probably done work in about 21 African countries. But in my previous world, before it was actually started, I used to work for a company called Climate Bonds Initiative, which partnered with the FMDQ and FSD Africa to run the capital markets green bonds development program in Nigeria between 2018 and 2021. And I think that was probably my first interface with the governor. Both the previous one and Governor Ambode, who actually launched the program itself, and the current governor, who, with his cabinet, we talked about providing potential strategy around climate financing for the coastal projects. Incidentally, I think Commissioner Lawansin rather, was the Transport Commissioner at the time. Look, it's a welcomed initiative, and that we are launching the bond today. But in my own opinion, probably yesterday they say it's better than yesterday. But one could argue that it's probably 6 years a bit too late for me. So forgive me for being so much in a hurry. But the truth is, Lagos State is positioned to actually issue green bonds every single year in multiple tranches. But that would only happen if we put in the right framework for verification, monitoring, and reporting. I advised the sovereign on the first issuance on 2017, as well as the 2019 one. And the struggle we went through to just get verification into place to report against this was ridiculous. Nigeria happened to be, at that time, the first sovereign to have issued a climate bond aligned green bond, which was commendable, the only one in the world. But, you know, it was this anyhow, Nigeria way of doing things that nearly got us into trouble. Now, my advice here would be, if Lagos State is looking to issue a $1 trillion Naira program, right? It's easy to pat ourselves on the back. It's not what we've really achieved, it's what we've started, because there's a lot of work to do. Lagos, they say, is 40% water. Most of the freight that we transport by road that is destroying our road today across from even Lagos to Ikorodu shouldn't even be on the road. It should be on the waterway. So there's a lot of investment opportunity there. And these are things that can be told. So they're investable opportunities and one that will bring about revenue that could be leveraged. We talked about guarantees, for instance. The state itself shouldn't really be looking to raise all this money itself. They haven't got the bandwidth to do that. I'm glad Mr. PPP is here. Commissioner, welcome.
Yes, the money man is here.
You know, you should be speaking to the private sector. We advised Access Bank, for instance, on the issuance of the green bond to support the Great Wall. Fascinatingly, we haven't had another green bond from another bank since, and that was 2019. North South Power issued a green bond way back in 2019, the first 15-year infrastructure backed up by InfraCredit. Point is, if you partner with the private sector and you provide bankable projects, you will issue bonds all day long. That you would not need to finance yourself as Lagos State. All you need to do is build the enabling environment and actually support that with the right policy. However, tech is important. I often say, in God we trust, everybody else bring data. If you don't build the technical infrastructure to track the data, to monitor and report, you will not get the money you're looking for. So it's imperative that we pay attention to that. That is one of the things I will say. And finally, I always say something about people, process, technology, and governance. When we talk about ESG, whatever it is we do in Lagos State has to be focused on meeting the NDCs, right? That's where it is, and everything should be tracked to the NDCs. That's how you invite private sector money, both foreign and international. So we need to build capacity. That's a given. We keep talking about data till we're blue in the face. We need to put that in place. And one thing that we need to start thinking about is the future. Climate doesn't happen in isolation. We need to focus on the schools, the universities, the research labs, yeah? We're looking at currently working with BOI and the Rural Electrification Agency to build a $40 billion fund to finance 20 gigs of power over the next 20 years. It sounds crazy, ambitious, but it's doable. Why? India does that every single year. So Lagos State can actually be at the forefront of that. And one thing I will end with, we just ran the first EV boat competition a few, fun. It was lovely. I mean, the governor was commended about that, and it was great things. But one question we haven't asked, and somebody needs to tell me, how are those boats powered?
Tell us, how are they powered?
I'm asking, how are they powered?
Together.
It certainly wasn't through solar, and it wasn't through electric, the grid. So somewhere in there, you're powering electric boats using diesel power. How does that make sense? We need to really think about this. We need to be very futuristic and innovative about what we do. And Lagos State is positioned to lead this charge for the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that answer. Ifeanyi, I'm going to come to you next. I hope you don't feel left out of the conversation at all. Seems as though we're saving the best for last when it comes to answering questions today. But Olumide touched on it just then in his answer about sometimes the difficulties in really getting to the finish line when it comes to blended partnerships. So can you lend your voice to one of the common reasons or any common reasons why partnerships, blended partnerships up until this point may struggle in getting to the finish post?
Thank you, and that's very crucial and important that what we start we are able to finish and deliver. But before we go to the finish line, you talk about why this partnership. So it's to answer the questions, why do we need partnerships? Why do we build partnerships? We build partnerships because we recognize the strength in coming together, whether it is government, whether it's private sector, and of course, the citizens. And this is where it becomes very, very crucial, because all of the responses, the projects, the investments are meant to do what? To benefit the people. And so in designing partnerships that works and that enables it to be functional, one of the things we need to, and we can't but refocus conversation around policy consistency. Policy consistency is crucial, it is important.
Yes.
Number two, the institutions that drives those policies. So he talked about people, process, and technology. Very, very important that we recognize the fact that none of this can function without the people and the technology that drives it. The institutional framework is very important, and that's why the governance system, the organizational framework, and all of those things that is required, that even if the current holders of office move on, there's a strong institutional framework that will continue to drive it, and that's why some of the projects are multi-year projects, and of course, multi-dimensional. The other one is transparency. Transparency brings competitiveness, and resources, funds, investors are looking for where the process is open, the process is transparent, and makes connection with all of the things that guarantees that their funds are utilized optimally. Of course, the readiness, that the system is ready. That means it connects all the dots that is required by that particular fund, whether it's private sector, whether it's multilateral or whether it is bilateral funds. Those things must be very, very clear in doing that. And of course, emphasis has been made in previous conversation about alignment between subnational and national policies, because some of these things has a connection. And then removing obstacles, identifying those obstacles that will impede the delivery, because policy is one, delivery is another. So identifying those obstacles, removing those obstacles are very, very crucial. But at the bottom line of all of that is engaging with the citizens. All of this, like I said earlier on, is targeted at citizens. Investments, if you're investing in renewable energy, people have access to clean and renewable energy. If you're investing in transportation, renewable transportation, it is for the people, right? So a conversation, constant building that strategic framework and structure that enables both the users and the investor have a connection. It's like you're offering a product to people, and you must design products that meets the needs and requirements of the people. Very crucial.
Thank you very much. Oluwaseun, I'm coming straight back to you, because I hope I won't speak for the Commissioner, but indeed it does feel as though the consensus here is that Lagos is really ready for proper investment, for the development. So for you representing a financial institution, what specifically do you need to see to make you feel, or make financial institutions feel comfortable when it comes to levels of risk? If we're saying that we need infrastructural development, we know that that is something that takes time, money, patience, essentially. So for you, what de-risking regulations or frameworks do you need to see for you to be comfortable enough, and for institutions like yours to feel comfortable enough to say, absolutely, when it comes to PPP, we're going to invest this amount of money because we believe in what Lagos is doing? What do you need to see in order to do that?
All right. Thank you very much. For the development finance institutions, there are a couple of issues we look at that gives the confidence for us to be able to kind of intervene in the system. And first, we have to look at the legislative framework, actually. We have to look at the legal and institutional framework. That is the foundation upon which we are going to intervene. It's quite risky for development partners to come into a system where the institutional and policy frameworks are not very sound. So, for instance, we want to invest in maybe support for infrastructure around transport, carbon emission reduction, transportation. We have to see that there are policies on ground, and that we have institutions that are going to drive those policies. This is just quite similar to what you just mentioned, that you have the institution, we have. Once we see that foundation, that's where the confidence for development finance starts from. And once we have the institution and policy, another thing is the capacity. Institutional capacity. Do we have the capacity? Can we absorb? Can we disburse? Because these are factors you have, the development finance institutions like the World Bank will have to look at. Do you have the capacity to absorb? In Lagos State, particularly the ministry that is in charge of this, they have the capacity. So you look at that to see, do they have the capacity to absorb, and can they disburse? Then another thing is, do they have a pipeline of projects? It's not ideal for development finance institutions to come around and push us towards the area where we want to finance or the programs we want to do. And I believe that's one of the problems in Nigeria generally. We have so many development finance institutions coming around, and at times we distort the DNA of how the system should really work. We have so many of us coming in together, doing the same thing or doing almost the same thing in different approaches. So another thing we have to look at is that, do we have that framework? Do we have the system that is going to be willing to advance? And also, we also look at the transparency, we look at the commitment, the integrity, the capacity. These are things the development finance institutions would look at before seeing the need for us to partner with Lagos or any other states in order to drive development program. So critical issues like this, and also, let me also add this, lastly, is the issue of the continuity of programs actually. You come in for a program, for instance, most times the World Bank programs are 5-year or 10-year program, which usually the first 5 years is to start the program and to see if the outcomes are going to be much beneficial for us to escalate or scale up. And if you have a system where the political climate is not very stable, it discourages the development partners from coming around. So I believe these 4 factors and some others that we can think around, which he has also mentioned, are the critical things that development finance institutions look towards before gaining that confidence to partner with states. And I believe from Lagos State government side, actually, there is so much that is being done on that side, giving so much confidence to different development partners to come around. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Commissioner, you heard what he said there, and I think it is important for us to come straight back to you for your response to that when it comes to what he listed as critical areas that people and financial institutions, not just the World Bank, but indeed other ones, would need to feel comfortable invested in Lagos. What do you have to say about that?
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll be speaking from the point of view of Lagos State. So some of the things he has mentioned, are things that we're aware of. And let me say clearly here that, you know, when we talk, Lagos State is about the 6th largest economy in Africa. So it's not just by name. We are like the darling of all the development financial institutions, basically because some of the things that are required for them to be able to provide financing are being done by us. Number one, they spoke about some of them. First and foremost, we're talking about the regulatory environment, which you spoke about. And of course, you're also talking about issues around certainty, policy certainty. If you look at Lagos, one of the things that we have done very well is our political certainty. You will see there is political continuity from APC to APC to even the succession plan is very, very important. So we have also taken care of that. And you realize that some of these development institutions, they look at some of these things. Let me even say something here today. We've gone to the international market to seek for financing with federal government before. And let me be sincere with you. We usually get the money in Lagos State before them, before the federal government, because some of the things that they were talking about are things that we really, really pay attention on. Things like, even in Lagos, just like they do at the federal, we also try as much as possible to de-risk some of these projects. You know, we also give tax incentives, even in Lagos State, particularly tax that has to do with Lagos State tax, not federal taxes. So we also do some of those. So they are very correct. All those things that I've mentioned, that before you can tap into the international financial market, are some of the things we are doing in Lagos. You will agree with me that some of the best brains are, you know, the Lagos State cabinet is people with some of the best brains that you can ever get in Nigeria. So when you are talking about capacity, these are some of the things. You can see the eggheads, see that they are very hot and very, very solid professionals. So because of some of these things, we are always leading. And today, we launched the green bond financing today. So, and we are the first subnational to go into the market to source for green bond. So when I was talking about the blended financing options before, of course, green bond is also one of them. When you launch green bond, you can get green bond. It's much, much cheaper than conventional bond. Even today, we're also launching conventional bond of about 200 billion naira. Right now, we're working with IFC, we're working with World Bank, we're working with several multinational institutions. And that is why when we say Lagos, we lead and others follow. So we operate a global system. One of the things that investors also look at is your procurement plan. Our procurement plan in Lagos State was done for us by the World Bank. So most of the processes and procedures and systems we are using, they are all world class, global standard every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, we are fastly running out of time. And just by the nature of my job, I always know that we're always rushing through the show. We've got so much content to get through in such little time. But I do want to end this conversation giving you all an opportunity to give a call to action of some sort, relevant to your own positions when it comes to finding the best financial partnerships and solutions to these issues. So, Commissioner, we'll come to you last, being that you've just spoken, just to give you some time for breathing space. And I'll start with you, Ifeanyi. If we could hear from you in terms of your call to action for what we need in Lagos, in Nigeria, to really foster the type of climate development we are looking for.
Thank you. My call to action would be, as Lagos is already positioned, of course there's always opportunities out there that we have not tapped into. And that becomes a model for other states as well. However, some of these things are constantly changing. So the ability to readapt to those changes by being creative and innovative, especially with the financing models that is available out there, the creativity around the design of the projects to meet some of the changes in technology, how technology drives this financing. The model that blends between public, private, and attract the right set of equity funding for some of the investments and remove the pressure from the state government so that it can be free to fund maybe social infrastructure while you're able to attract the large funding you require for those large-scale infrastructure projects. So you can imagine, as an example, watching the presentation on Eko Atlantic City, if 100% of those funding had come from Lagos State government. That's a lot of money, right? But if that creativity is there to attract the blend of different creative options, then that frees Lagos State government from utilizing funds made for health, education, and investing it in agriculture. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ifeanyi. Oluwaseun, please do give us your own call to action when it comes to your perspective on these issues.
Yeah, for Lagos, a lot is happening. The call to action now is around how we structure our financing system to international standards, actually. There are a couple of grants, opportunities that are outside in terms of green opportunities, blue opportunities, that we need to kind of ensure that our programs that we are building, our bonds that we are developing at this time also align with international standards such that it's going to ease the synergy between development partners and other private sectors that want to come into the space. And also, I think also another thing is for us to, as a call to action, is to be more proactive in our upstream preparation for projects, actually. One thing that needs to happen around this time is we have the policies to a very good extent. We have the institution, we have the capacity, but now we also have to start building our project pipeline, building the bankable projects for them to be much more available and allow the private sector, allow development partners to launch into the space and also see that a lot is happening and a place for them to key into the process. So I think much more now is for us to start seeing the rolling out of a preparation of bankable projects and also building the system to ensure that it can absorb and take over much more of the responsibilities. And also for us to strengthen areas around technology. Sure. And that is very, very important. The world is growing very global in technology, so we also have to build so much more capacity around that. And we know that with that we can expand and also be able to do much more than we're doing at the moment.
Thank you very much. Olumide, over to you. What is your call to action? What would you like to see in order for these solutions to become a reality?
Time clearly is not our friend, so I'll be as brief as I can. The commissioner here is in an enviable position, being the commissioner of finance in Lagos State. All the states commissioners would love to be in his shoes.
Yes.
3 things I will say. Lagos State holds the commercial capital of this country. So the opportunity for energy transition is immense, right? Logistics is one thing that we can address. We can use more of our waterways, to move a lot of our freights. That will reduce a lot of the carbon on the road. and we can address EVs more often in terms of our massive buses. I know you started that, we could do more of that. So basically, energy provision, logistics, as well as transportation. Once you create energy more sustainably, you begin to impact things like the health sector. Imagine 2020 when the world went to sleep and Prof. Akin was building all these health facilities. Yes. Imagine if we had solar energy at that time rather than diesel generators that were burning through. That would have been incredible. So my call to Lagos basically is begin to look at the energy transition from diesel to gas as a productive and solar at the end game. What that will do in terms of the blending structures, you would use things like carbon credit to either finance new projects or actually backstop as guarantees for projects that you're actually financing. So there's a need to be more innovative and blend some of these structures. Happy to work with them. But one thing, we cannot do all of this without technology. Data is key, data is important. Absolutely. And my advice to you, sir, based on experience with Sovereign, is that as you roll out your program, please work closely with the ministry, the various MDAs, to gather the data you need upfront as they implement those projects, because you will need to report on this. You're the obligor, you're the one who needs to report on it, and if you don't have that data, you'll be called into question. So, sir, please pay attention and work with them collaboratively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Honorable Commissioner, over to you for the final word, for your call to action. And indeed, you understand better than anybody in this room that blended financing partnership do work. They have been working in Lagos. Many examples, the mangroves, for example. So give us your call to action and what you want everyone in this room to keep in mind once this panel discussion ends.
Well, for everybody in this room, I just want to say, I started with the available blended financing options that we have. Let me put the last one there so that at least people will understand what. Right now, currently, we're working on a piece of the jigsaw for financing the governor's agenda. Of course, all of us have heard about the THEMES agenda. And we can't do with THEMES agenda without money. And like I said, I started with some of the challenges prevalent in Lagos State. There is a financing strategy that we are doing that we're going to roll out first quarter of next year. It's called securitization. That securitization, there are a lot of idle assets that we have in Lagos. So we are going to securitize the assets that we have in Lagos for us to be able to finance some of these projects that we have been talking about. In fact, it's in trillions. Those idle assets we have in Lagos is in trillions. And that is one of the things we're going to. So beside all the ones that I've mentioned, this is the last one. So for everybody in Lagos and in this room, be rest assured that the agenda of Mr. Governor to deliver, particularly for democratic dividends, is on course. And we are working with global and local investors for us to be able to create the kind of financing mix that will be very, very cheap, that we can use to execute those projects. So that is what I would just say. Politics has not started, so don't let me campaign. So let's just leave it at that. Thank you so much.
I think that's a perfect place for us to end. A round of applause for our wonderful panelists. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your insight, for your information. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say thank you to our panel one discussants for that rich and truly honest conversation. We also say a big thank you to our moderator, Adefemi. Thank you very much. Once again, can I ask that we give them a round of applause as they return to their seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short video from the Lagos Water Corporation highlighting progress and opportunities in water supply, infrastructure, and climate resilience. Please watch the screens.
The depth of the pipes, the depth of the air. You could see we just conducted about a 2-hour tour of the Adiyan water walk. Where these huge pipes, which is going all the way to Akute, which is another almost 6 kilometers away from here, which is where the raw water will be taken from Ogun River in Akute, and it's from there it gets transported all the way to Adiyan. You can see the depth of the pipes, the depth of the excavation that has to be done, and once it's completed, you can see that the finished work is fully compacted and it is turned to a real actual. You can see we're believing that the contractor is working on all the 3 components, and they've assured us, given the financing plan that we've put together, that in another 10 to 12 months, that this whole place will be a completely different story.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next plenary goes straight to the heart of implementation, money and partnerships. The topic is mobilizing domestic capital and PPP for climate action, banks, investors, and green finance. Our first speaker, Mr. Ibukun Adebayo, is co-founder and director of Restitution Capital, bringing significant experience from capital markets and investment ecosystems. Please welcome on stage Mr. Ibukun Adebayo.
Kabiesi, and all protocols observed. My name is Ibukun Adebayo. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I'm based in the UK, but I'm very much a son of the soil here from Osun State, and I really enjoyed our Osun State representative's comments earlier before. So I have about 5 minutes. I'll keep to time. I want to talk really about this huge opportunity that exists to mobilize capital into Lagos State and all of the potential that it has around its natural capital. Today in the world, there is now just over 87 companies that have signed up to some of the major protocols, particularly around Net Zero Alliance. That represents about $37 trillion worth of capital that has no home, it has nowhere to go. But Lagos has a vast array of opportunities which can be mobilized. However, the key issue is trust. How do you de-risk an investment? How do you create trust in terms of the Lagos mechanism? What we're launching here in the next few weeks and next few months is an initiative called Lagos Carbon. Very briefly, Lagos Carbon is about creating that trust ecosystem. We will build a hub for projects where projects will reside with full transparency, with data that's collected along the whole value chain, with a smart certification process to expedite the opportunity for these projects to create carbon credits. So that's credits of any type of capability. Alongside that are a series of international investors, domestic investors in our seed. The seed will create the financing direction for those particular hub projects. And then we will have a registry and also a settlement platform which will provide a very, very unique opportunity for connectivity to global investors as well. So our message is strong and very, very clear. I want to give you a quick case study in terms of who will use this market and who will use this construct. So I was formerly Group Director at London Stock Exchange Group in charge of sustainable finance and investment strategy. When we launched our transition plan in 2022, we bought on the first year 300,000 credits from the EU's emission trading scheme at credit. That cost LSE 25 million euros to meet its net zero plans. LSE has 3% of its workforce here in Lagos, just over 600 people. So 3% of LSE's emissions are actually happening here in Lagos. Now, why isn't LSE buying its carbon credits to meet its net zero aspirations by buying credits in Nigeria? Well, they can't, and they can't do it in Lagos because this mechanism doesn't exist. This is the mechanism that we will build and develop to ensure that we have the proper appropriation of emissions being financed here in this wonderful state. There are a number of different measures that people have alluded to today. People have talked about green bonds and they've talked about blue bonds. The one thing I haven't heard today is the concept of the transition bond, which is part of the sustainability-linked bonds. And these transition bonds help large projects move from high emission to low emission. So whether you're going from coal feedstock to gas, or you're going from furnace build to an electric smelter, these are all instruments that are potential to raise money, number one, but secondly, to obtain transition credits, which come as part of the entire mix. So I'm very glad to announce that Lagos Carbon, working very closely with Honourable Commissioner for Environment, with GM LACIPA, and a range of other participants. And just to say that Lagos State needs to recognize, and all stakeholders need to recognize, that the new resource for Lagos is not oil, it's not natural gas, it's access to low-cost, high-impact carbon offset opportunity. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will fuel Lagos, it will fuel jobs, growth, social mobility all together. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Can we give him another round of applause? Mr. Ibukun Adebayo. Now offering a Lagos-focused response is Mr. Ope George, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget, Lagos State, who we expect will situate this conversation within the state's development and investment plans. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up on stage.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So I was just told I had 5 minutes, and I was going to say that one of the challenges of speaking after someone like Ibukun is that either you sound like you don't know what you're saying because he's a capital market specialist, or the benefit of you've all had lunch, so you won't listen to what I have to say and you're all asleep anyway. So thank you very much. Good afternoon. So I think it's one of my day jobs is that I have to look after the fiscal responsibility of Africa's most dynamic megacity, which is Lagos. And I'd like to affirm my conviction, first of all, as the Lagos State government, that our climate action plan is not just an environmental imperative, it's our paramount economic development strategy. So the sheer scale of investment required to transition Lagos to a resilient net zero city is staggering. And our public budgets alone can definitely not do it. So we must definitely unlock the trillions of naira currently held with our domestic financial ecosystem. So transition to a green economy is not a drain on capital, it is our greatest investment opportunity possibly of this century. It's a chance for us to build resilient infrastructure, create high-value green jobs, and secure long-term prosperity for our people. And how do we do that? We need to de-risk. And one of my backgrounds in project finance has taught me that one absolute truth, capital flows where risk is measurable, manageable, and shared. This is why probably PPPs are probably the master key to unlocking climate finance in Lagos. And I think the next panel would highlight that. We have PPP experts on the panel. Mrs. Bukola Odoye, who heads our office in PPP Lagos, the special advisor, is here. So I'm sure in that discourse, they'll be able to show you and highlight that those are one of the best ways to us to be able to unlock. The Commissioner of Finance has spoken earlier about our initiatives in terms of our green bond. I think that's also very important. And I think it's just very important for us to say that as a government in Lagos, we're constantly dynamic and changing. And one of the things I'd like to say by closing is that whilst we talked about the fact that we have fantastic people and fantastic talent in Lagos, one of the things I'd like to say is better than that, we have fantastic institutions that tend to stand the test of time. So thank you. I think I've done it in my 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for giving me the extra 2 minutes. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Now, building on that conversation or the voices that we've heard, panel 2 turns the spotlight directly on private capital and the blue economy opportunity. Please welcome our panelists. Mr. Adeniyi Akinlusi, Managing Director and CEO, Lekki Worldwide Investment Limited, with a vantage point from Lagos's Coastal Investment Corridor. Thank you, sir. Please welcome Ms. Biola Alabi, Investment Partner at Delta 40, bringing experience in early stage ventures and scaling African innovation. Please welcome Mr. Kelechi Ogbuaku, Head of Commercial Banking at Zenith Bank, representing the role of commercial banks in green and blue finance. Please welcome Mrs. Bukola Odoye, Special Advisor on PPPs to the Lagos State Government, with insights into structuring and negotiating public-private partnerships. Also welcome Mr. E. Aboyeji, co-founder of Future Africa, known for backing Africa founders and bold transformative ideas. Also, Dr. Jubril Adeojo, CEO, SME Funds Capital, working at the intersection of SME financing, climate, and impact investment. Distinguished panelists, you are very welcome. The session will be moderated by Najim Animashan. Please, let's give him a round of applause, and the panel may now commence.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be here. I would like to stand on all existing protocols. I would like to extend my gratitude to their excellencies who are here from Lagos and from Osun, Your Royal Highness and all his able chiefs who are here. I would also like to thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and those of us who are not so distinguished that we like to call ourselves area boys in Lagos. I am one of those proud area boys from Obalende, and very much akin, very much an Omweku. So as one who is both proudly Lagosian and proud to be in Lagos and proud of Lagos, I'm very, very happy to be the moderator of this panel. So we've had a very, very rich diet today that basically gave us an insight into what is required for us to capitalize on climate opportunities in the blue economy to make green money. So we have to green the blue economy in Lagos to make this green money. And I can't ask for a better panel than I have right now to be able to give you those insights on a more granular level. We've heard the very high 35,000 foot level where we talk about alignment, policy coherence, bankability, and all those things about potential that really do not make an impact in your daily lives. And so we're ready here to talk about the naira and kobo of making this a reality in the lives of ordinary Lagosians and how we can actually catalyze the financing that all this policy alignment is supposed to create to translate into jobs and investments, from small and medium-scale enterprises to large public-private partnerships in huge infrastructures. And so I have a very, very, very able a panel here to be able to translate everything you've heard from the beginning, from His Excellency, the Governor, and various other people, into what is really needed, who has the money, and what are they looking for to put that money down into projects and programs. So I am not going to spend too long talking. I'm just going to go straight into the questions I'm going to ask my panelists. And if I may start with you, Biola. Sorry, Bukola. Sorry, my apologies. I'd like to start with you, Bukola, because you're the one that represents the government, and you're the one that's going to provide the incentives to make these things a reality. So my first question to you is, what enabling environments, so how is Lagos positioning itself in the blue economy, and what investable PPPs are in the pipeline in the next 12 to 24 months?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start with a bit of introduction. My name is Bukola Udwe, and I'm the Special Advisor to the Governor on Public-Private Partnerships in Lagos State. So at the Office of PPP, what we typically do is to be the hand-holding guide between the private sector and government. As we all recognize, government in of itself cannot fund all of the big infrastructure projects that make Lagos State thrive. So as the Office of PPP, what we've typically done is to ensure that we're able to attract and retain the right kind of investments into those critical public infrastructure projects that Lagos State would like to have but cannot fund on its own balance sheet. So talking about the blue economy in particular, I'm pleased to say that in the last 1 year, well, 1.5 years, so 18 months, we've seen quite a number of bankable concession projects that we have institutionalized in Lagos State. For example, in the area of waste management. Just this year alone, we signed a concession agreement, a 50-year concession agreement with a group of, with Jospong Group of companies based out of Ghana, but now going to be operating in Nigeria to help us manage our waste in a sustainable fashion. And that cuts across waste to value, waste to energy programs. Also across the area of water resources, we're in the process of implementing a number of PPP concession projects in the downstream water sector, which allows us to concession of the mini water works, to private sector investors. So what this typically does is to ensure that we're able to bring in credible investors that have the right balance sheets to take on this project for us as Lagos State. And for us, it's to ensure that it's to make sure that we're able to create the right enabling environment for their investments to thrive, where there's a decent return on capital, and at the same time, we're able to provide great infrastructure and utilities for our teeming Lagosians.
So thank you very much for that. That is a very comprehensive response. I'm not sure you got all of that, but basically in the last 12 to 24 months, they have brought in investors for waste management. They're doing investments in water management, and they are looking at waste to energy and various other incentives. This has been quite a lot of work being done. I will come back to that in a minute with one other question, but I want to ask you a question, Doctor. In the context of the blue economy, SMEs tend to lack access to investment and the financing models that are needed to make those investments. What is the most effective way for these players to participate in the blue economy?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's such an honor to be here. I'm very grateful to Lagos State for the platform. Particularly in the blue economy and in the green economy, the most effective way to get small SMEs to be able to participate is actually through platforms, right? And we know quite a bit about platforms. I cut my teeth in the technology industry, and one of the companies I had the pleasure of helping build and lead was a business known as Flutterwave. Flutterwave has over 1 million SMEs that leverage its platform to enable payments from anyone, anywhere, in any currency, across the continent, but particularly here in Lagos. And that business has been responsible for helping several other businesses to be able to take off. Before then, if you were a small business, you wanted to be able to accept payments for your business from your customers that were more upscale and could afford to spend a little more, you would have had to invest $500 and some significant extra amounts in thousands of dollars into a developer who would work with InterSwitch APIs and wait 6 months just so you could be able to accept electronic payments. It was horrendous, and many vendors can tell you about those old days where you would, maybe entertain a customer for a night out, and then people would go to the ATM and your customer would tell you there's no more money in the ATM. Many people recognize that Lagos, but now those days are gone because of platforms. And I think it's going to be a similar attitude when we start thinking about what platforms can empower SMEs to participate meaningfully in the green and the blue economies. And one of the things that we've been fortunate enough to do in partnership with the Lagos State government through LASEPA is to actually be able to start looking at that area more carefully and identifying what platforms need to be built in order to create that participation platform for small businesses in the green and in the blue economy. So, for example, one of the biggest challenges that many businesses have when it comes to the matter of powering their generators is that there is a significant cost associated with making the transition from generator or diesel to something that's cleaner, maybe like CNG or solar. And unfortunately, many times, a lot of small businesses cannot find financing for that transition. And even though they know their costs will significantly drop on account of that on account of that transition, even though the reality is also that it's good for the environment, economics tend to lead. They know it's going to be good for them, but they can't afford the 30 million naira, 35 million naira that would be required to go solar off-grid. So we're working with LASEPA and we're thinking about how do we create carbon markets where some of these transitions can be financed, and then carbon credits that represent now the lower pollution can now be traded, and that creates a marketplace where people can access low-cost finance on account of partnership with Lagos State. Lagos State has cleaner air as a result. Businesses have cheaper access to climate transition finance as a result. And private investors like me are able to make money being intermediaries between the government and the sources of funding that can enable this to happen. That's just one small example, but like I said, I know we don't have a lot of time, so the biggest thing I think is by building incredible platforms, and I think we're on that path with Lagos State.
That was a very comprehensive answer. In just a few words, he's saying, come to Flutterwave and we'll raise some financing for you. So if you've got a bright idea that is going to make a bit of money, this is your new banker. I'm going to come over to you now because we're going to the world of Lekki. And I don't know if everybody is aware that Lekki takes its name from a Portuguese slave trader who used to trade out of Lekki. And we've moved from trading our people to becoming an investment destination where sovereign wealth funds like the Singaporean sovereign wealth fund Temasek invests. So given the fact that you've been able to bring in so much money, and it's translated into such an impressive piece of infrastructure that is actually more efficient than the ports in Apapa, right? What's the secret to your success? And how can that translate into a bigger system or ecosystem for investable projects in that space in Lekki?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here to talk about what we are doing in Lekki Worldwide. For context, Lekki Worldwide is an agency of Lagos State with a mandate to promote and attract investments to the Lekki Free Zone. Lekki Free Zone, otherwise known as Lekki Economic Zone. It is 16,500 hectares of land. It is in Lekki Economic Zone. You have Dangote Refinery, is located there. You have Lagos Free Zone Development Company and so many other investments. Part of the infrastructure in Lekki Economic Zone is the port. Earlier on, we talked about the port, which is a major investment. As we speak and as at date, over $30 billion has been invested in Lekki Economic Zone, and we are still counting. The Economic Zone, when it comes to the blue economy, I would say is the gateway to maritime trade and industrial growth. Because on the south, we have the ocean, Atlantic Ocean, which is why we have the port investment. And we have the Lekki Lagoon and Lagos Lagoon as part of the quadrants in the Lekki Economic Zone. So a lot is being done. Now, why has it become the best kept investment secret, a place where more investments are coming in? As it is said, there is a popular saying, capital is attracted where it is respected. A lot of money has come in there because of visioning. I must say, visionary leadership. It may also interest us to know that the vision for Lekki Economic Zone was put up or set at the time the president of Nigeria now, when he was the governor. That was when this foundation was laid many years ago. And incidentally, Mr. Governor was also the commissioner for commerce at the time this was started in 2006. So we are talking about visionary leadership and consistent execution of the vision, which is also important. So that is key because investors want stability in the environment. They also want infrastructure. A lot of the investments coming in now is because there has been so much massive investment in infrastructure. Part of the infrastructure for that area is the Lekki Port. Also, we talked about the coastal road. The coastal road passes through this Lekki economic zone, and which means for a lot of the maritime activities, fishing villages, a lot of opportunities are coming up, because it means from this you can have seafood processing plants coming up there. Otherwise, if you have fishermen who cannot process their fish, people can set up plants there to do that and bring them to economic environment. That's one. We also find that the 7th Axia Road, the governor mentioned earlier, also passes through this area as well. So a lot is being done. So visionary leadership, consistent execution, and provision of required infrastructure that reduces the barrier to entry for investors. And of course, in terms of policies, stability in the policies and attractive incentives. If you are located in the zone, you don't pay taxes. If you bring in capital there, you can bring in capital. There are no capital restriction quotas. There are no capital repatriation quotas. So if you bring in your money, you make profit, you can repatriate your profit. You don't pay taxes, you don't pay import duties. That makes it a lot easier for you to bring in equipment and bring in your raw materials and manufacture and produce. And I must say that beyond these big major players, for every investor in the zone, there are at least 10 SMEs. 10 SMEs that serve them, because they don't work alone. Those SMEs may not be located in the zone. They're outside the zone, but they supply, provide their provisions, supplies, provide all the services there. So yes, it is a lot, and the ecosystem is huge. The best way to appreciate what is happening there is to think about Apapa environment. Apapa is, we are talking about investments in logistics, investments in cold chain, investments in maritime, investments in a lot of services that provide insurance, banking, and quite a lot. So as I said, it's a place where a lot of opportunities abound, and we welcome more investors to come in and collaborate. It's also a good place for blue economy and ocean, because the climate there, you have clean water there, you have land, you have energy, 24-hour power is provided, which is gas-fired. And I must also say that some of the organizations mentioned earlier, like the Clean Stove Initiative, Mr. Governor mentioned, is going to be located in the zone. We are working closely with them. We are working with new technologies, people wanting to come in and set up electric vehicle manufacturing there. And of course, the issue of carbon trading. Those are opportunities that abound in that area. Thank you.
Okay. This is, for those who want to invest in Lagos, you need to meet this man. But the question that I want to ask you next stems from something that I feel very deeply. You just mentioned that we want to manufacture electric vehicles. And I don't want to be depressing or trying to rain on your parade. I want to show a history of how China became dominant in manufacturing electric vehicles. And it goes back to what Ibukun Adebayo said earlier about trying to unlock energy transition finance. We know today that China is the biggest player in the solar space, in the battery space, in the electric vehicle space. But very little is known about how it started. It started in 2007 with China's recycling policy. It decided it was going to recycle because it wanted to sort out its e-waste, and it wanted to create what was called a circular economy. The circular economy was, we take what we use and we reuse it, and we're not dependent on outsiders for providing us with primary raw materials. The reason for that was also that any lithium battery that you have, or any battery that you have, about 60 to 70% of its components can be recycled in a new battery, right? So what China did was to create that policy, which now created the ecosystem for recycling, which created the industrial base for the electric vehicle storage. So they went from batteries recycling to battery manufacturing to innovating on batteries to electric vehicles. By 2015, they had a policy that was made in China by 2025. By 2025, 80% of all solar panels being manufactured comes from China. 80% of all batteries is Chinese, and almost the entire electric vehicle space is run by the Chinese. So you can see from one small policy intervention that was centered around recycling to an ecosystem of production. So the question for us is, those are the small things that we can manage. Are we going to do that? You mentioned waste. Are you looking at recycling batteries? Are you looking at collecting fairly second-hand solar panels or broken solar panels to recycle the circuits in them? If you go to the computer village in Ikeja, you will see people stripping down computers to take out the components from them to recycle those components. So for me, the question is, what are we financing? And this is also an important thing for you because there's an entire value chain in this for SMEs. What are we going to recycle that is completely within our power, completely within our demand structure, completely within our control, that we can finance to increase and diversify Lagos's economy? And that's a question for each of you.
Who goes first? Okay, fine. I'll go first. There is a company we are talking to. This company, they will be taking waste from the markets, industrial waste, agri waste, and they will be converting them to produce power. Now the difference is this: it is modular and scalable. And we've been engaging with them, and what they're looking at, in fact, I know we had a conversation with the MD Oloma earlier with this company, and we've been talking to them as well. What it means is all the waste being generated, household waste, industrial waste, SME waste, they can go there rather than collecting all and taking it elsewhere for processing. They can put a small plant in that same environment and they would process it and provide power to the people in that environment. That's what we are talking about. That is part of the conversation we're having. As I said, there are new technologies and such people we are engaging with. That is ensuring that waste to wealth, circular economy, what we generate as waste comes back into provide resources and generate wealth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'd spoken earlier about some concessions that we had signed. So I'm going to focus particularly on the environment and transport sectors. So in the environment area, we've signed a concession agreement that allows us to process up to 5,000 metric tons of solid waste a day. Now, out of that 5,000 metric tons of waste that we send to the concessionaire, what they do is to sort it into the recyclable elements, as well as the elements that can be further processed into compost. Now, what the compost does is we're able to sell those off, to farmers and other actors in the agri ecosystem. But with the recyclables, we're able to make plastic pellets and what have you. And what Lagos State has done is to provide them. Well, while we are not able to invest in terms of cash, we've been able to give them land. And the land allows them to build further transfer loading stations and sorting centers that allows this economic activity to happen. Now, in the area of biogas, we're also talking to a Swedish group of companies that have said to us that they're able to help us turn some of our, liquid waste. So primarily liquid waste and agricultural waste, so which is piggybacking on what he said. And this is able to generate in a biogas. In a bios, I think it's called, there's a name that they gave to it. So a lot of the waste goes into it and then they're able to generate biogas from it, powers our vehicles. And from that, they reckon that they can power up to 500 BRT buses. On a gradual basis over a period of time. So why this is relevant is we're able to use some of our, not exactly raw materials, but we're able to use some of what we have already utilized and use it to create further value for ourselves, downstream. And there are also some things I wanted to mention in terms of other blue economy type projects that we're currently looking at in the Office of PPP. In the area of transport again, we're talking to Owando for the provision of electric vehicles, and this will be used for mass transit purposes. So yes, I know I can see the look on your face, but
it's a waste of time trying to run before you can walk. Let's recycle the batteries that we have, right? Let's build up the industrial capacity from there. We don't need making electric vehicles. We don't have the industrial base and the ecosystem, the infrastructure.
No, but you agree that the future is electric.
We know the future is electric, so let us build from our strengths. Our strengths are, we have people who are already collecting these batteries and recycling them. Let's get really, really good at doing those basic things.
Well, who says we have to focus on one thing at a time?
You don't have the management bandwidth to do it. That's the truth of the matter.
That's what
he's here. He's the private sector. He's laughing because he knows exactly what I'm talking about.
That is the beauty of PPPs.
We can have this conversation afterwards. I don't want to argue here, but let him answer.
Yeah, I know our time is fast spent, and I just wanted to get to a quick point, which is that at the end of the day, all of these things revolve around incentivization systems, right? So I am collecting plastic waste. You know, how do I get paid for collecting plastic waste? The person who then aggregates the plastic waste and makes it into the pellets, how do we make the economics work for them? Ultimately, that's where people like us can come in, because for us, all we look at the world from a very simple place. We look at the world from productive assets and capital, right? And then we rely on talent that helps us, that turns productive assets into cash flow and credit. And then the cycle begins again. So we're very encouraging of anybody who can find a way of creating more productive assets. I liked the example of batteries that were used. There's a number of battery manufacturing and battery recycling, like Hinkley and so on, that are actually very active in this space. We're looking at them. But for me, I mean, if I'm allowed to show my own biases, at the end of the day, industrial capacity is a function of one thing and one thing only, and that is energy. If you don't have energy, your productive capacity is limited. Your industrial capacity is limited. And I'm very excited about some of the plans that the Ministry of Environment is engaging in discussions around to build a hydrogen energy facility on the back of some of the waste concessions that have been developed, because I think that's something that can scale. The question then is, how is it financed? And that's a critical question for new platforms like the sort that we're building with Lagos Carbon and so on, to be able to take on. Because at the end of the day, it's a capital game. You can wish all you want that it's possible for you to recycle and so on. China was able to do what they did because it was backed by capital. The people that did it, even though it's a communist country, they didn't do it for free. They did it because there was a state-backed policy that had money behind it, so that you could then be paid for making these things work. So I think that's where
I'm being kicked off here, but I'm going to say one last thing, which is something I really want to say, and it has to do with the state government monetizing its assets, as one of the earlier speakers said, that they want to securitize their assets. There is one gaping asset that I'm hoping the state is looking at, and that is to monetize the benefits and the assets produced by the removal of the subsidy. One thing I've noticed in Lagos is that the traffic is less. If the traffic is less, you're burning less carbon. And I don't know what you're doing about the carbon credits that have come from burning less carbon because the price of petrol and diesel has gone up. And that is an asset that you can actually monetize, and you can even leverage for more money from the DFIs and the MFIs. So that's a question for you two to go and figure out how to get the data to show what traffic levels have reduced and how much that has increased in terms of the available carbon credits that you can as a state, can claim. Because that, for me, is really low-hanging fruit. Really, really low-hanging fruit. It's just a numbers game, and you put it in your budget, you now bank it, you send it to NCCC. When you're at COP, collect this thing for me, go and put it in UNFCCC, go back to the World Bank or whoever it is and say, give me money. I want to do these projects that you guys are doing. So that's my question to you guys. My final question, and then we've got to round up.
Okay, so just talking about, pardon me. So just talking about carbon credits, I don't know if you remember earlier, in the first session when they talked about the wetlands carbon credit framework and the fact that this was being introduced.
I'm talking about the carbon credits from the removal of the petroleum subsidy. I'm not interested in that one. That one is a longer term play. This one is immediate. This one is now.
So, but the framework is the same. So there's already in existence a carbon credit framework in Lagos State that seeks to mine the data that is being collected from the removal of petrol subsidy and what that translates to in terms of carbon credits for further investment. However, just to quickly go back to what he said about energy being the major push for further growth and development, what I would say is with the introduction of the Lagos State electricity law.
I'm getting kicked off. So you need to sum up in like one sentence.
We're doing a lot in the electricity downstream sector in Lagos State. That's all I can say. And with the carbon credit framework, Ministry of Energy has taken the lead on that in terms of institutionalizing this and making sure that we're able to get something for the investors.
Lagos is doing so much, and we've got so much more to do. And we have able bodies here, and an investable state, a governor that is invested in it, and a president who is proudly Lagosian. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I wanted to thank my panel for being such good
We have a round of applause for the panel as I invite to join the panelists on stage. Please welcome for a quick photo session, Mr. Ibukun Adebo, Commissioner for Environment. Please join them on stage. Once again, can I ask that we give them a round of applause as they return to their seats? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we progress, we center the coastal ecosystems themselves. The shorelines, the beaches, the mangroves and communities that are at the front line of both risk and opportunity. Our next plenary is titled Protecting Coastal Ecosystems, Policy Enforcement and Community-Led Conservation. Here we look forward to insights from His Royal Majesty, Oba Abdul Wasiu Omogbalahon Lawal, Abisogun II, the Oniru of Iruland, whose kingdom stands literally at the interface of land and ocean in Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the representative of His Royal Majesty, Chief Olumide Oniru, the Olokpo of Iru Kingdom. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day already. And please permit me to stand on existing protocol. As you've heard, my name is Chief Olumide Oniru. I am the Olokpo of Iru Kingdom. I am also the Otumba of Ilashe. I'm here today, along with my colleague, Chief Saliu, to represent His Royal Majesty, Oba Abdul Wasiu Omogbalahon Lawal, on this very important, historic conference, which is very close to his heart. So unfortunately, he cannot be here today, but he definitely put pen to paper and wrote a speech which he would like me to present to the delegates. So without further ado, and in the interest of time, let me begin. Your Excellencies, Honorable Commissioner, distinguished guests, fellow traditional rulers, captains of industry, development partners, community leaders, young people, members of the press, good afternoon. I bring warm greetings from the people of Iruland. At dawn, our shorelines, you can hear Lagos breathing. The waves folding onto the beach, fishermen pushing out, market women setting up, school children skipping past the water's edge. The ocean is our neighbor, our road to the world, our pantry, and sometimes our temper. As the elders say, the water that carries the canoe is the same water that can swallow it. Our task is simple to say and serious to do. Let the sea carry our prosperity, not our problems. Today, I've been asked to speak on protecting coastal ecosystem, policy. So before we go any further, let's put the big ideas in plain language. Blue ocean economy means making a living from the water without killing the water through fishing, ports, transportation, tourism, energy and innovation that keeps the sea healthy. Coastal resilience means our people, floods and erosions, so that a rainy season does not become a disaster. The green economy or green money is finance set aside to do good for nature and the people. These are funds that help clean our beaches, protect our mangroves, drain our communities, and still create jobs. To carry home. From the global perspective, what is the rest of the world doing? Around the world, cities are turning their faces back to water. For example, in Singapore is reshaping its waterfront to hold back floods and create public spaces that families can enjoy. In Rotterdam has made its ports cleaner and its cities safer, providing industry and protection that can live together, proving that industry pair coastal protection with tourism, keeping beaches clean because visitors and residents deserve nothing less. In the Seychelles and the Belize, even raised special, in Seychelles I believe they have raised special blue bonds, debt nature swaps to care for fisheries, reefs, and the world supports them because their plans were clear and the benefits were shared. Across Africa, the African Development Bank's Blue Economy Strategy and the Green Climate Fund are financing port modernization, set clear rules and invite communities and investors to work together. Money flows to the right projects, and the shoreline becomes a place of pride, not a dumping ground. So let's bring it home. Lagos belongs in this league. Our coast is busy. Our ports and jetties, hotels, homes, fish landing sites, beach clubs, estates, small traders, and every young people looking for opportunities. The ocean gives us food, trade, and beauty, but it also sends us a warning. Plastics on the sands after a big weekend, blocked drains after heavy rain, illegal sand mining that steals tomorrow's shoreline. Buildings pushed too close to the water and fishing grounds under pressure. We cannot solve these problems with speech alone. We need policies that is steady, enforcement that is fair, and community that is led. Community action that works together. Month after month, our young people, our youths, schools, and faith groups roll up their sleeves for the beach cleanups across the city. Oniru, Takwa Bay, Elegushi, and beyond. They collect thousands of bottles and sachets that would have choked our drains or end up in the bellies of the fish. Local recyclers turn their waste into value. Plastic pellets, furniture paving, and other jobs are created. Fish folks associations are beginning to self-police, discouraging bad nets and protecting nursery areas. Women processors are demanding cleaner, safer landing sites and cold storage so that the fish that our men and women are catching reach the market with quality and dignity. Estates and hotels are adopting sections of shorelines, employing lifeguards and posting safe signs. These may look like small actions, but together they make a big change. It's a big cultural change. Someone should do something has become, this is our coast. And I must thank Lagos State Agencies, Environmental, Water, Transport, Waste Management, and our federal maritime families. When communities lead and government enables, compliance becomes a habit. At the heart of the matter is policy and enforcement. So, what is it we actually need? One simple set of rules for the shoreline. That is to say, clear setbacks, clear no-go zones for fragile habitats, clear consequences for illegal sand mining and dumping. Everyone should know the rules before they build, dredge, or operate. One team on the water, state agencies and our federal maritime authorities, MPA, NIMASA, NIWA, LASWA, working shoulder to shoulder with the community, not fighting over turf. One mission, one radio channel, one response. Clean in, clean out. What comes into the beach leaves the beach. There should be proper bins, regular collection. Producers' responsibility for plastics and beverages. The nature as the infrastructure. Plant and protect mangroves. Rebuild dunes. Use living shorelines. These quiet defenders reduce waves, hold land together, and shelter the fish. And finally, and this is quite an important point, that there should be a coastal communities development corporation. That is to say, that His Royal Majesty is proposing that there should be a coastal community development project for the entire coastal communities. That is from Badagry all the way down to Ekpe. And I'm sure that Mr. Commissioner for Environment will be in agreement with this point. Within that axis, there are at least 9 local government areas. And you could even call it at least 3 different geopolitical zones, from Badagry to Etiosa East, all the way down to Ekpe. So strategically and politically, it's a big population. And it's a very important area in terms of engaging with the local community. So the idea is that, for the entire coastal communities from Badagry to Ekpe, these projects can be under the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources in collaboration with other relevant MDAs. These special purpose agencies will focus on pollution control, coastal ecology restoration, and community-based training and livelihood programs for the coastal belt covering Badagry, Lagos, and Ekpe divisions. The CCTC will serve as an implementation arm of Lagos State Blue Economy Roadmap, coordinating efforts across ministries, development partners, and private sector. It will design and deliver projects that enhance coastal resilience, attract blue and green financing, and ensure that people who live along the shoreline benefit directly from the sustainable ocean-based development. In simple terms, CCDC will give structure, funding, and focus to how Lagos manages its wealth, its ocean wealth. This is not a theory, it's just common sense. What other cities teach us? From Tima and Abidjan, we learned that modern fishing terminals with ice, clean water, organized market, lift economies and reduce waste. From Rotterdam to Los Angeles, we learned that ports can be the environmental solution, electrifying equipment, managing stormwater, supporting nearby communities. From Central to Belize, we learned that the blue-green finance follows credible, transparent projects. All of this is within reach for Lagos State. You know, there are 5 commitments for fair and flourishing coastline. A fair deal for the host communities. A fair deal for the host communities. The royalties should go to the natural owners, or should be shared with the natural owners. The people who live with the ocean should share in the value it creates. I propose, that is His Royal Majesty, I propose a coastal community royalties, a transparent share from port revenues, maritime safety levies, fish terminals, concessions, and tourism, eco fees. These funds should be ring-fenced for shoreline protection, clean water, clinics, schools, and youth skills development. No community is looking for charity. We just want partnership and accountability. Thank you very much. So clean beaches, safe beaches are Lagos standards. So every public and private beach should meet one simple unilateral standard. Delivering clean, safe access, lifeguards, toilets, recycling points, safety flags. A clean beach is good for families, for tourism, and for the soul of the city. Modern fish landing sites that respect the work of our hands, upgrading the Badagry, Ekpe, and other landing sites, for example, and cold chain storage, and space for women to process their catch, adding credit and training with better facilities for the same for canoes, and also introducing new technologies, all work together. Green ports, strong neighborhoods, our ports are the heartbeat of the community, the heartbeat of commerce, can also be champion the environment. Together with the MPA, concessionaires, and Lagos agencies, we can push for cleaner operations, traffic management, and community projects like lighting, drainage, and skill centers. A Lagos Blue Fund, turning green money into real projects. So we gather public and private capital into a single blue resilient fund. And I think there has been a lot of mentions about different funding options that we've heard today. This is for shoreline defense, drainage, mangrove restorations, and creating jobs for the youth. Let us set measurable targets. For example, now, achievable targets. Let's say 50 acres of mangrove restored by 2030. 30% reduction in plastic waste inflow to create also about 1,000 blue jobs every year. These are tangible, achievable objectives. When results are visible, more money will flow, more money will come in. So how do we, as a traditional institution, what do we need to do? What are the 3 immediate things that we should do? We should lead by example. With an adopted shoreline pledge in our domain. Regular cleaning, signage, and community wardens. Mobilize our people monthly for cleanups, schools, clubs, and young people. Blue job roster for recycling, lifeguarding, and eco tour guiding. Be honest partners to the government and investors, offering land, intelligence, and community buy-in. So, when we endorse a project, we should stand by it. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I will thank all of you for listening. And these are the messages directly from His Royal Majesty Oba Abdulwasiu Omobala Lawal Abisoku II, the Onuru of the Kingdom. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just to acknowledge and to thank Kabiyesi, can I just ask that we say, Kabiyesi. Thank you very much. Before we listen to the panel on the subject matter, may I ask that for the next few minutes, like 5 minutes or thereabout, ask you to please pay attention as I invite Gbenga Obadino, Metropolitan Electric, to speak to us on electric vehicle and sustainable mobility. Please welcome Gbenga Obadino, Metropolitan Electric, for the next 5 minutes. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Having me today. Basically, my assignment here is very direct. Issues relating to climate change. We've been able to contain those incidences. However, I would go straight to this. We have a situation where we lost about 4,000 people. If you take Ebola, maybe 1,000. But we have a crisis that we don't seem to be paying attention to. The World Bank, and we go year in and year out, and we still think the climate change conversations that we are having is just buzzword, sexy talk like that. The truth of the matter is that when you drive a car that's being fueled by diesel or petrol, they are 27-23% efficient, pollute our air, and at the end of the day, they end up killing us slowly. Therefore, the charge today is to actually move from that point of firefighting to a place where we are building a sustainable future. I would say the call to cut carbon emission and regreen our cities is not about adding years to our lives. It's also about adding life to our years. You know, while other states debate and other cities debate sustainability, Lagos has been building it, and commendably so. One bus, one shoreline, one policy at a time. Lagos has developed a climate action plan, 2020 to 2050. They've set up a climate office. They have an agenda, 50% electric public transportation by 2030, you know, and all of that. There's a new plan to improve infrastructure on our waterways and water transport, about 300 million euros launched a few days ago by His Excellency the Governor. And you would find out that that is being responsible to actually have a plan to build sustainably. And it's not just about the fact that it is efficient, it's not just about we would have quieter boats on our waterways, but it saves our lives, which is extremely important. And it's not just also that it saves our life, it's what we call the blue economy and the green economy together is what we call the new economy. And they don't just save lives, they actually create wealth because they bring in new opportunity. I was just talking to one of your colleagues who was telling me about the plan on the waterways, and we were discussing how new opportunities can arise from it. Like, oh, we're bringing in electric boats, therefore we would have to build charging station. That's an opportunity that some people can take, you know, advantage of. We have to have maintenance centers for the electric engines that would now come with the boats. You know, that's a new opportunity. So we're not just talking about, you know, saving lives. We are also talking about, you know, giving meaningful opportunities for people to create wealth. And I would finally like to close by saying that we, at the end of the day, understand, you know, that there's a plan leading to 2030, but we also need to have, you know, a step-by-step, a month-by-month, you know, approach to the action. Development is never a coincidence. It's the product of vision, deliberate planning, and meticulous execution. At the beginning of time, and I'll close with this, when our world was green, human lives lived long and free. Industrialization turned our world brown and our lives short. Regreening our cities and electrifying our mobility is not nostalgia, it's actually survival. Let's lead this change. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel brings together regulators, implementers, and security actors responsible for protecting and governing our coastal spaces. And it is Integrated Coastal Protection and Governance. Please welcome Mr. Oladipo O.C., Assistant Conservator General, Nigeria National Park Service, bringing a conservation and biodiversity perspective. Can we please give him a round of applause? Please welcome also Mr. Oluwadamilola Emmanuel, Special Advisor on Blue Economy to the Lagos State Government, focused on designing and driving Lagos's Blue Economy strategy. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Welcome, General Manager LASEPA, Dr. Tunde Ajayi, representing environmental regulation and enforcement in the state. Welcome on stage, Commodore Paul Pomfa Nimiel of the Nigerian Navy, bringing critical perspectives on maritime security and coastal protection. He is here ably represented by Bankole Olorutoba. Can we please give him a round of applause? Mr. Olorutoba. Thank you very much. Can we give him another round of applause? Distinguished panelists, you are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage our moderator, Tolulope Adeleru Balogun of News Central. Yeah, I'm sure we can do better there. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up on stage. Our moderator, Tolulope Adeleru Balogun, News Central.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for your time and attention and waiting through a lot of intense conversations that have happened today. I would like to say a very big thank you once again to our royal fathers who were here, the governor and the deputy, a number of distinguished guests, and I'll be standing on all existing protocol. My name is Tolulope Adeleru Balogun. I'm Director of Programs for News Central, and my job here is very simple: to get answers about unleashing enablers and accelerators, finance, technology, and capacity development from my experts on this panel. Now, this session is going to focus on one of the most critical aspects of climate change, moving from ideas to impact. And while we have a lot of ambition for what we want to do, too often projects end up stalling because of limited funding, inadequate skills, or lack of access to the right tools. So today, let's tackle these structural roadblocks head on. Because of time, we'll go straight into the conversations that we have. The questions are quite pointed, and I look forward to hearing from the experts here who will be able to get us deeper into the conversations. So I'll start with a look at localizing climate finance. And OC Oladipo, I'll start with you. All right, this is the job. we make it happen as it goes. So protecting coastal ecosystems, policy enforcement, and community-led conservation. And it's a very big conversation we're having here because we can see how things play out, not just for cities such as Lagos, but as other cities who are along the coast and coastal nations as well. So that means I'll start with Commodore. On this, in terms of security, when we talk about securing, because if there's no way for us to make use of these assets if we don't secure these assets. So I think a big part of this conversation would be identifying the threats and then what the Nigerian Navy has been doing to secure the assets that Nigeria has in relation to this.
Good afternoon. Well, I don't work for the Nigerian Navy, first of all. But I think that the Nigerian, the Nigerian government is part of a security, group that looks out for how to protect the Nigerian, waterways. The kinds of policy that we have, enables, security agencies to be able to use the best of technologies, right? From using, satellite navigation to using drones to using new models of monitoring and also, securing the kinds of activities that happen within the water, the Nigerian waterways. I think that some of the kinds of effort that can work, even much more again, will be to boost, security capacity by also allowing, the security forces to also work with, local communities and, local bodies that live within the coastal region. I think that the coastal region serves as a very strong front for Nigeria when it comes to protecting, our borders. For as much as it might look like, some of the best resources that need to be used, concerns high-end technology. But also when you do a back integration, you will also find out that one of your first point of call when it comes to, identifying domestic threats will be understanding and also partnering with all the different communities that are living by the coastal lines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Oladipo OC, the Assistant Conservator General of Nigeria National Park Service, and we can continue to secure whether it's coastal or it's land. And he mentioned the communities, and I think that's a very big part of any conversation we want to have. So in your experience, what are the three most critical livelihood concerns of coastal communities that we must address before we go and actively partner with the government to protect these ecosystems?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the privilege given to me. I want to agree with all that he has said concerning how to empower security measures around the coastal areas. We are talking on the policies. On the side of the federal government, we have the NESTRA, which is the enforcement agency. We have the NOSDRA, we have the NIMASA. That is for the federal. For the state, you have the NAB. I think you have, what is the LASEPA, and other various. I saw them, some on waterways, some on land, an emergency. I read them. I'm not from the state, but I've read about them. To me, there are many. It's good, but what I'm advocating is that there should be synergy, interagency synergy corporations. In Nigeria, I had the president, when he was swearing in the current service chiefs, he charged them that there is need to coordination. We have had in the past that the problems we are having is, not, so we have been coordinating, but some lapses, some gaps. At times you see some conflicts, and you can't protect, because the job of protection is for all. It is when all of us, all these agencies come together. And in the process of implementing the policies, there will be some gaps that the practitioners will report. So that means the policies, the laws, the regulations need periodic assessment, periodic review. Some of them are obsolete, some of them for years, and the penalties that have been given years ago, less than 5 years ago, 10 years ago, may not be working. And when these offenders, from my experience over 30 years, when the penalties are very patchy, are very small, they will prefer to go and commit the offense and believing that at the court, what will they give to us? From the proceeds of what I've gotten, they will pay easily and go away. Also, we have to go digital. As my brother has said, the time has come for Nigeria to go into GIS, remote sensing, using of drone. The Lagos coastal lines are about 180 kilometers. How can you effectively cover them? I was in Kenya. They told us that for the past, last year, that for the past 10 years, there was no single arrest. You can be in the control room and monitor what is happening everywhere in all the national parks. Just tuned to a particular station, they have been mapped and covered. So also, if that technology is brought to the state here, the governor can be in his office, can want to know what is happening in Ekpe, in Korodu, in anywhere. Through that technology, you will know what is happening. So there is also need to involve the communities. You see the military, with all their might, they have the civilian JTF. It is the people, the civilians, JTF, that will show the military. These are the areas you need to go. So also the community in this state, they need them. They need to carry them. They need to be part of security architecture in the state. And there's also need for all the agencies to have a joint security force, combined efforts. Also the judiciary, there is need for this body to also carry out the judiciary, because the penalties that are being given, they need to be involved. Also need to set up like environmental courts and tribunals to fasten, prosecution. Okay. Because justice delayed is justice denied. And also the political will to also enforce. Because when some big people are arrested, before you know, influence is here and there. But when there's political will to enforce, believe me, it will serve as deterrence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you're sitting right beside the right person. You're sitting right beside the right person, Oluwadamilola Emmanuel, Special Advisor on Blue Economy. You've heard the call for synergy, the inclusion of the communities, technology being brought in, and making sure that all the security agencies work together. If we want to make use and take the best advantage of Nigeria's blue economy, which is estimated at trillions, if not billions, if not trillions of naira, we need to put all these things in place. So let's talk about legal frameworks and policy right now. What are the current gaps that are there in the current legal and policy frameworks that basically sometimes may fall short of effectively serving as a deterrent, which was the last thing that O.C. Oladipo talked about? Do you think we have places in which we can plug the gaps to make our policies and our frameworks stronger for what we want to do?
Well, I think so, most definitely. And just permit me to go back a bit to something he said. I think there's a popular saying that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, you need to go together. So I think the whole point is that we must all go together. But I don't think there's an absence of legal or regulatory frameworks. I just think it goes back to enforcement. We have a lot of legal and regulatory frameworks. Enforcement is really the key, and also sensitization. So how well have the regulatory frameworks and the legal frameworks, sort of fed the enforcement and also fed the sensitization and awareness these communities should have? Because if you look at Lagos, is a city which was born on water, and we need to preserve these communities. If you go to a lot of these communities, one of the things you realize that a lot of them are not very aware of what is going on in the city. So how do we make that connection between these coastal communities and the city? Which I think what is to bridge the gap is really communication. But let's speak a bit to what Lagos State is really doing. So for example, we have the first of its kind, a waterways monitoring and data management center. So we're not just speaking about technology, we already have that. And what this does for us is that real time, we can see everything that is going on at the communities real time. That's also helping us gather data. I heard the former panelists speak about data. Data is so important because it helps government make informed decisions. Now, because we have the data of these communities, it makes it easier to carry out interventions in these communities. I mean, GM Lasepa, who's going to speak after me, is here. We work together. We don't work in silos. And the whole point is ensuring that, because when we work together, it makes things much easier. So for me, I don't think it's the absence of legal or regulatory framework. I think it's more that has to do with enforcement and also more of education and enlightening these communities on these legal frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Enlightenment, enforcement, and education. And this is probably one of my favorite people in Lagos government. One of my favorite people. I will tell you that I've actually reported to LASEPA before, and I had my report taken up, and I was actually called to find out if the issue I had reported was solved. So this is one of my favorite people in Lagos State government, and it's a really remarkable thing. I've also had to report. Go ahead, clap. I've also had to report to LASEMA. There was an accident on 3rd Mainland Bridge. One night I was coming back and I reported to them. I think the car caught fire. They called me 2 days later, wanted to find out. And so I can see that there are Lagos agencies that are really taking up the mantle and becoming quite responsive. And I think they deserve a round of applause. But as much as we praise you, we have questions for you. And we want to demand more accountability and more work. So Dr. Ajayi, let's look at this in terms of the regulator and the enforcement that it has to be done. So in terms of what the state is doing between the existence of environmental laws and then, of course, the consistent, non-selective enforcement on the ground, take us through that. Because when you're dealing with people, connected corporate officers, individuals, Lagosians and Nigerians who, let's be honest, we don't like to obey the law when it's not to our benefit. How are you doing that? How are you managing that, especially with the environmental considerations that are the focus of our conversation?
Thank you very much. And I would like to first, mention again the importance of this platform, how big it is, and the global significance of putting conversations like this together. They push us to say those difficult things. We're able to put our causes right in front of the global audience. Secondly, I would like to thank, actually, the staff at LASEPA, almost 500 people who don't sleep all day, all night, and who keep putting the work in. Thank you very much. They are mostly women. LASEPA has like 70 to 80% women. Their work is, not going unnoticed. And, that is really the essence of the work we do. Now, going to the enforcement. First, I think that it is very essential to recognize again my principal, the Commissioner for Environment. He's the one champion of enforcement in Lagos. He insists that there are two ways to get your job done. You either do enforcement or you do advocacy. So on the one hand, he's a champion of enforcement, and every single thing we do, we sort of follow the blueprint of enforcement that he has laid. As you said, non-selective enforcement. He says you need to go for it. The important thing really is to identify the problems and then go right in to do the enforcement. Originally, I'm not exactly a hard person, but on this job, and because you have to do enforcement, people have to do the right thing so that people like you can have sleep and smile when you see me outside. We need to go all in. Now, there are regulatory agencies, there are regulatory protocols, there are enforcement timelines. There are several protocols that we have in place for enforcement of different issues, different infractions. But on the ones that we directly regulate in the Ministry of Environment, you have things around air, noise, and land pollution. And the kinds of infractions in these spaces call for different enforcement mechanisms and techniques, right? For us in Lagos, we believe that people must do the right thing. Therefore, we set up mechanisms to monitor. One of the earlier presenters here, and a couple other people, came together with us to build technology that would real-time monitor noise pollution, real-time monitor environmental infractions, real-time monitor air quality and air pollution across Lagos. And this has helped us with marking and telling where the problems are. When we get complaints, we're also able to enforce immediately because there's data and evidence, right? We're also always looking forward to sharing data with whoever asks. We partner with a lot of academic people in the room, and we are proud of the work we do. We are also very happy to take on any challenge, really, in the environmental space. And I think enforcement, again, is the key to making sure that people do the right thing and keep the environment, preserve it for their children and their children's children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because of time, I'll ask a final question to all of my panelists, and it's really about being progressive in this conversation. This is really wrapped up into the governor's themes agenda, but we know that there are warnings. The UN continues to warn about the state of Lagos as a coastal city and a coastal nation. We know that erosion has come in. We can see climate change in effect. Not even last week, I think yesterday, it rained heavily. And this is now November. When was the last time it rained in November in Nigeria? And I think it's really staring everyone in the face where we must plug the gaps and we must be ready to take action. So, Mr. Olorutoba, I'll start with you. In your area, where your domain is, when we're looking at this in the next 5 years, what are the things that you need to see done that will show you that Lagos, and with Lagos in the forefront, Nigeria is then on the right path?
Thank you so much. I think Lagos State is already on the right path, if you ask me. And this is a time for us not to beat ourselves on whether we are doing the right things or not. I think that the dynamics of Lagos is subject to Lagos alone, and only Lagos understands Lagos. And I think that if you sit within the Council of Other States and you listen about, climate mainstreaming and climate projects, Lagos is the de facto state that everybody looks up to. So when Nigerian states are looking at how do we create models in terms of climate finance policy, how do we make private sector be part of the system, I think that in my own sphere of activity, and I've started with almost every state, government you can think of in Nigeria, Lagos still stands out at that state that is very progressive and forward-thinking. And because when everyone is talking about climate change and looking for government subvention, Lagos State is looking for investments. And as I jokingly say, I say as a conglomerate that Lagos State is, Lagos State has to constantly think of how do we keep the over 30 million or 20-something million people in Lagos State alive, one, and also how do we ensure that the culture and the heritage that we've preserved over 100 years plus can continue to remain. And now you can't do that alone by relying on government. You have to devise other kinds of model, right, to be able to protect the kinds of infrastructure that you have. Now, climate finance is one. Lagos State, again, still leads when it comes to climate finance activities in Nigeria. When it comes to policies, again, Lagos State seems to be forward-thinking, from the office, from Damilola's office to TT's office and to quite a number of other offices that you see that are really pushing strong climate change and, resilience theme. It gives you that drive to know that when you're approaching Lagos, you're not coming with you're not meeting Lagos with cap in hand, but rather Lagos is part of the table, but not part of the menu. So I believe that if we continue to, devise programs that can equally push Lagos on the map, we will not be beating ourselves to ask whether Lagos should be doing something different in 5 years, but rather, how does Lagos attract a lot more global powers, to be able to see Lagos as that preferential investment destination. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Olorutoba. Naval Commodore, the same to you. What are the indicators? What are the steps you expect in the next 5 years that will push Lagos and possibly Nigeria as well in terms of coastal protection, in terms of the area of your domain and your expertise?
I also want to concur with my colleagues here that actually Lagos is always number one. So they are known all over the country. So they should keep the spirit, keep the fire going to make sure at most advocacy programs and to the community people, to the people in Lagosians, that there should be programs on the TV, both the national and the state television, aggressive publicity in terms of the dangers of climate change, and the communities. Don't forget they are closer to the ocean. They need to be carried along. whatsoever the program you have, you must involve them. If need be, take some, even to some countries where they are experiencing terrible climate change palaver. See in Pakistan, some months ago, some island, people that were staying in Highland for years, centuries, all of a sudden, I think this year, they were set off by ozone surge. So show them videos, educate them, take them to some country to see themselves, let them be convinced. And also, these resources, these areas, should also be honed by them. Are you getting it? Let them hone it. And let them also understand the consequences of their actions. That whatever they do has a way of affecting them. And they need to be encouraged. Lastly, as my brother said, there are NGOs. Encourage more NGOs to join the move. They have the NCF. Like in our own case, National Park Service, federal government cannot, in fact, federal government cannot do it alone. We have many NGOs that we have entered into MOUs with. Like Keseka National Park. How could the National Park where will they get the money to buy a helicopter? But they have a helicopter for surveillance, for monitoring, for patrolling. So Lagos is blessed. You have banks, you have many industries, you have, so Lagos has money. So let them invest in that sector, in the environmental sector. Let the people know that the next few years, some communities maybe have to be resettled. I'm not prophesying that, because when I was young, we used to, when we come to Lagos, to the Babish, you see a large espire of Babish, people will ride on their horses, but today, is it the same thing? It's a gradual thing. It's wearing, it's going. So we need to all come to the
together.
table.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, gentlemen, Mr. Emmanuel, a lot of eyes are on the Ministry of Blue Economy. It's the very first time we've had such a ministry. And so there's a lot of expectation. In the next 5 years, with Lagos being a central focal point, what are you looking at? What are the indicators that the people can sort of check off a checklist that we are making progress in protecting the ecosystem and ensuring that the blue economy is also benefiting Nigerians? 1 minute, because I'm going to just buy 1 minute of time.
Well, technology, to be able to adequately monitor all of these communities. And secondly, more enlightened and aware communities who know exactly what they should be doing. And of course, mobility, climate-friendly infrastructure in terms of ferries, and also the infrastructure they're going to use as well. So I'll say technology and improved infrastructure.
We're going to hold him to that, because I think this is being recorded. So in 5 years, we're going to see what happens. Dr. Ajayi, you have the last word. Just 1 minute. LESEPA has been doing amazing, but the reward of good work is more work. And so as we see this agency and several others come into the environmental conversation, what are the indicators that Lagosians should be looking to see that LESEPA is truly forward-thinking and pushing the needle forward?
So there are a lot of 21st century technology and innovations that we have brought on board since this administration came on. And I can tell you that over the next couple of years, you'll see growth in those spaces. You'll see more accessible technology from the communities, particularly from the population. People can just go on our website and see anything they're looking for, particularly with the environment. You can monitor anything from anywhere you are. We think that the conversations around climate change and carbon credits, particularly around mainstreaming the Lagos Carbon Registry and the carbon market, will go further. We will really make money for the city. We hope that over time, people will be more conscious of separating their waste. They will start to do the actual work of the environmental police by themselves. And people like you will then be more deliberate with teaching children to go in the path that we have set.
Right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Because of time, we're wrapping the panel up here. Please, a round of applause for my distinguished guest on this panel. Thank you very much. Over to the MC.
Can we please have the Honorable Commissioner on stage? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we just share a round of applause for all the panels that we've heard today so far? I'm sure we can do better than that. Today we have moved from vision to policy, from finance to innovation, and from global thought leadership to very practical Lagos-focused solutions. For tomorrow, so that we can be here quickly, start off at 9. And on behalf of the Lagos State Government and the Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources, we would like to thank you for you to proceed to lunch as we look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow for day 2 as we go deeper into sectoral pathways and concrete next steps through various breakout sessions. The VIPs should please proceed to Soho on the 2nd floor. VIPs, please proceed to Soho on the 2nd floor for lunch. Thank you.